Okay, good morning, everyone. We should, if you can, please sit down, and we will start the session. So it's a pleasure for me to being the organizer of this event on decarbonizing Ireland with zero carbon technologies. So just before we start, just some housekeeping rules. If there is any alarm, we're not expecting any drill, so please follow the signs of the emergency exits. The door on there, if you've noticed, is a bit hard, so just push. And the meeting point is in the car park in point T1. Yeah? If you want to follow the event also with social media, we have a tag for the event. It's called Huge19, and all the messages will go into a Twitter wall with that is going to collect all the tweets. And we have also the live stream, so we will be followed with by people that is actually not in the room as well. Okay? So for the opening session, we have President of the NUI Galway, Kieran O'Harahy. So please, Kieran, come. Thank you.
Thanks, Programming Margaret. I'm reminded that one of my predecessors was Iggy Murray-Hurtig, and was known around here as Iggy, but he said to me once he spent here at Stanford, and of course over there Omar Hurtig was particularly difficult to pronounce, so he's known as Professor O. And so maybe I should be Professor O. So an officer in Venshaw, Never Imagine, Agus Grameen Margaret, thank you to Pau for the invitation. I get invited to lots of events like this, and I'm particularly pleased to say yes to this one for a number of reasons. One is that it fits very nicely into where we're thinking the university should develop its strategy. And just yesterday I was drafting some of that material, and one of the areas we're looking at is sustainability. And our students challenge us. We set out to have a values-led strategy, and we therefore looked at what in the university community, internally and externally, what values should we have and base our strategy on as a university. And our students in particular came forward with sustainability as a challenge to us. And the second one we thought about, particularly the external groups, external advisory group chaired by Morrigan and Quinn suggested, was distinctiveness. And in this case, this particular conference, this particular forum fits very nicely into both of those. And then we had our meeting of the university management team. We're about to go to our regular meeting next, but a meeting in the way day on our strategy about 2 weeks ago, and one of the things we thought we would double down on is sustainability. Because if we want to be distinctive and different, there's a particular opportunity in Galway to build a strategy around sustainability. Ambitious targets for zero plastic, ambitious targets for energy, ambitious targets for carbon emissions, ambitious targets for research and programs of teaching in this area. And as I'm drafting the strategy right now, that's what's coming through. And we have a group that will be thinking about that next week and trying to build on some of the thoughts in that regard. Particularly grateful to our colleagues in CUSP, the sustainability group on campus, for a lot of suggestions in that regard. So I think this particular area is this particular opportunity, if you like, is coming together at an opportune time, because I'm really keen to get input into how we might set ambitious targets for ourselves in research, teaching and civic engagement in this particular space. Secondly, I think it brings together a confluence of space and place, if you like. So I think in Galway we have a particular opportunity, our image of ourselves, and maybe more so the image of the outside, that the outside world has of us, is a place that's, you could say on the one hand on the edge, but on the other hand on the middle. So we are on the edge of Europe, facing the Atlantic, but we're also in the middle as a crossroads between North America and Europe. And I think that gives us a particular opportunity to be thinking about things, curious about things over the horizon, but also placing ourselves in the middle and being a broker, if you like, a collaborator in this area, people who work together with others in solving these problems. And I mentioned recently at another event that JFK, when he was here in 1963, commented that if the weather is clear enough and your eyesight is good enough, the next parish is Boston. And while it would actually be Newfoundland, I think that's a particular image that's nice to think about, in that we should also face each way and see ourselves not just on the edge of something, but also on the opening of something else. And I think here's also where we have that symbolism in that we are on the edge of something new, but also an opportunity to open up something new. And that where Galway is well positioned, both as a location and as a university, to grasp that opportunity. And the third reason why I'm particularly pleased to be here today is our sense of that one of the other values we have and we're developing is NUI Galway as being a place that's inclusive, accessible and open. And again, the sense of collaboration that's here between academic thinkers, people doing research in this area, between practitioners and people implementing practice and implementing the thinking that we have here, and policymakers who are then designing policy around this area. I think, again, this opportunity, this forum, gives a great place for that. And I'm particularly pleased, therefore, to welcome you and to join you today in congratulating you on the work so far, but also in supporting you in the work that you intend to do in future. So for those three reasons, that sense of strategy that we have of being sustainable and distinctive, that sense of openness to the world in both our position geographically, but also our position in collaborating and working with others. Particularly pleased that this encapsulates a lot of what our strategy is about. And I was just thinking on the way in this morning, Ursula von der Leyen has been talking to the European Parliament this morning, saying two very interesting things in this context. One is that she sees climate change as both the responsibility and opportunity of our age. I think that's true. But secondly, setting very ambitious targets for Europe, and her ambition that Europe would be the first carbon neutral continent by 2050. And while that's a long time away and maybe too late, I think again that sense of ambition is something we can align to here. And therefore particularly pleased in that political context, that broader context, to welcome Sean Kine. Sean has been working in this area already as part of his ministerial portfolios and is now in the Department of the Taoiseach, very important role as Chief Whip, and in the context of an Gaeltacht agus an Gaeilge Géinearálta. But more importantly, has been a real champion and ally of NUI Galway and of Galway in general. And we're particularly pleased to welcome him both in his capacity and his role in politics, but also as his persona, if you like. Welcoming him both as an institution, NUI Galway, but also as Uachtar na Hullscoile Anna Hosta Sfáilte Curriv Sean. I have to go to the university management team to discuss broader research issues such as this, so I'm very sorry that I can't stay, but particularly pleased at the same time I could come up and welcome you to the conference and encourage you for the future. And I often say, together what we will can be accomplished still, and that's true today. Together what we will can be accomplished still. Grimmy Margaret, thank you.
So please, Sean, come for the opening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo and President O'Hogarty. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be with you here this morning. I'm former Minister of State in the Department of Communications, Climate Action and Environment, and as the President said, also Government Chief Whip. As you know, Ireland recently declared a climate emergency, and this is certainly symbolic. But more importantly than being symbolic, it is reflective of reality. It is reflective of the desire and wishes of people, and indeed the majority, though not all, but the majority of politicians in the National Parliament. Some would argue that Ireland's contribution is so small as to make it irrelevant, that if China, India, the United States are not on board, that really why bother. But each country has to do their bit in terms of climate change, and there's a lot that we can do and that is being done in energy production, in transport and in agriculture. And there are no easy solutions. You would have seen in the news in Ireland this week in relation to the layoff of workers in the peat plants in the Midlands of this country, and the fact that biomass, co-firing with biomass is the objective, the short-term objective of energy production there, but that biomass is being imported from Australia. So that begs the question of how sustainable that biomass is, the diesel that has been burnt to bring it here. So there's a lot of issues that need to be looked at, and I've seen documentaries the same in terms of the biomass coming from the United States to the UK as well. As you know, the Climate Action Plan was launched recently. It's a carrot and stick approach. Forewarn diesel and petrol cars post 2030 and 2045 that they won't be passing in, you won't pass an NCT if you have a diesel or petrol car from 2045. Incentive changes, encouraging hybrid and electric there as well. But research is key to all of this, particularly in the areas of agriculture, agricultural emissions. We're an agricultural country, and there's a lot there that needs to be done, and research is key in that area as well. In relation to transport growth in Ireland is obviously linked to the economic recovery, if you like, and we've seen plans in relation to cars and vans. Tractors and heavy goods vehicles will be more problematic, but there is work being done on that. The marine sector, again, there's a lot of work being done internationally, and aviation is a more difficult area. Hydrogen Mobility Ireland was recently formed, and it's mapping the opportunities to introduce hydrogen in road transport, and the output of that group will feed into government low emission vehicles task force. And this is now considering compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, and hydrogen in transport. In last September, the EU energy ministers produced the Hydrogen Initiative, which is exploring the potential of hydrogen. And our energy white paper states that while natural gas will form a part of our energy mix for a number of decades, I think hydrogen has long-term potential to replace natural gas in the grid as well as producing and providing energy security. As a transport fuel can reduce grid reinforcements required if all vehicles would switch to batteries, and that's important. And the challenge is to build confidence in the hydrogen sector in terms of production, in terms of dispensing, in terms of vehicles. There are larger challenges. As I said, aviation is not mentioned in our climate action plan, the reason being that it's an international solution is required there. The marine sector, I know there's a lot of good work done across the water, innovative plans in Scotland, for example, excess energy, green energy from the Orkneys, from wind and tidal power to produce hydrogen via electrolysis, carbon-free green hydrogen. So the potential there, I think, is huge in terms of that source and using this fuel for commercial ferries. So that's, as I said, interesting work taking place in Scotland, and I'm sure elsewhere as well in the Netherlands. So I'd like to acknowledge and commend Pablo and the team here in NUIG for holding this conference. I think research, both academic and sectoral and business, is hugely important to this area. Cutting-edge research is needed to solve and to provide solutions to a global challenge. But as I said, Ireland and Europe have to be leaders in this whole area. So I'd like to commend you for the work that you're doing, and also say that I cannot stay, but I wish you well in the conference, and enjoy, and I'm sure you'll learn a lot. We'll all learn from each other in terms of this area. So well done, and thank you very much again for the invitation.
Okay, so we'll now start a series of presentations. There will be no questions because we have the panel discussion at the end of the session just before the coffee break. Okay, so the first speaker is Brendan Mooney. Brendan he was working for 15 years in a private practice, and in 2014 he sold the practice and joined the Northern and Western Regional Assembly, where he's working now as an EU program executive. Brendan sits in the board of 3 European transnational cooperation programs and has helped organizations in the northern and western regions of Ireland to secure over 33 million euro in funding over the last 36 months. So Brendan, please come on stage. Maybe better to use this.
Thank you, Pau, and hi everybody. My name is Brendan Mooney. I work in the Northern and Western Regional Assembly, and I suppose I feel a bit different than everybody else that's going to speak this morning because I know absolutely nothing about hydrogen, and the reason I'm here is because I am the national contact point for 3 European funding programs: Atlantic Area, INTERREG Europe, and the Northern Periphery and Arctic, which is the funding body for the project we're speaking about this morning, which is huge. We have a very tight schedule, I know, so I'm going to be really quick. I just want to tell you a few things about what we do in the Regional Assembly. We try and do three things. What we do is we create better places by ensuring our region adopts effective planning and economic development policies. So you've probably all heard, or all the Irish people here have heard about Ireland 2040. It's the national plan for the next 20-odd years in Ireland. So that's the national plan. We sit in the middle between the national policy and local policy and create the regional policy. So we've written the regional, spatial and economic strategy over the last number of months and nearly 2 years now at this stage. And that strategy focuses on our energy, technology, social, economic, spatial and ecological strategies. We also enhance our competitiveness by optimising Exchequer and EU funding. We are the managing authority of the BMW operational programme. It's the ERDF programme. The European Regional Development Fund was set up to narrow the difference, narrow the imbalance between regions that are thriving and the regions that need the assistance. So this €320 million programme invests in research and technology, in the National Broadband Plan it'll be funding. It funds the Curram Research Centre here in NUIG. It funds a lot of the entrepreneurship supports that the local enterprise offices deliver throughout our region. And finally, we act as a platform for collaboration. And that's what we're here today to do, to work with our universities, to help them develop the learning and the knowledges that they want to do and try and get the funding that they need for that. My area of expertise and where I work is in INTERREG funding. Every 7 years, Europe creates a budget, and that budget for this programme for INTERREG funding is €10.1 billion. So it's a sizable amount of funding. There are 107 INTERREG programs, which is very surprising. Most of those are cross-border, but the funding we're talking about today is INTERREG B, which is transnational programs. So I know in the afternoon I saw Northwest Europe and Atlantic Area programs will be speaking, but this morning is Northern Periphery and Arctic program. INTERREG C has 4 cooperation programs. Probably the most famous one is INTERREG Europe, and that's a policy-based program. So it's looking at learnings throughout Europe, partnerships created to change policies for the betterment of the citizens. Europe invests in programs under a number of different priorities. And in this current program period, the 2014-2020 programming period, there are 11 key priorities. But at the moment in Europe, you hear a lot of people talking about the multi-annual financial framework. And that will then reinvest that money in the next program period under 5 headings. So a smarter Europe, a more connected Europe, a greener Europe. They're the 3 main headings, and then the other 2 are Europe's closer to its citizens and a more social Europe. As I said, we're here today to talk about the huge project, the launch of the huge project, and it is funded through the Northern Periphery and Arctic. And that is, it's a transnational cooperation program among a number of different regions and countries. I suppose the EU member states are Sweden and Finland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Scotland, and then you have Iceland, Norway, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands also involved. And the president of NUIG mentioned about our next parish over earlier on, being Boston or Newfoundland. There is a very similar project to Huge. It's called Secure. It's to do with wind energy, and it actually has partners in Newfoundland. So the borders of the European programs aren't just fixed to European countries. In this program, you can have Canadian partners or Russian partners. So if there are areas of expertise or people of expertise in other regions, you can bring them in to get the best learning. As I said, the Northern Periphery and Arctic program invests under a number of different priorities. It's hard to read that, but the priorities are innovation, entrepreneurship, renewable energy, and natural and cultural heritage. And Huge comes in under priority 3, obviously, renewable energy, with partners from a number of different regions. When projects come in for assessment, I have to say Huge was one of the most successful or most favoured projects in this particular call. And it was to do with, obviously, the area of research and the way the application was written, but it was also to do with the partnership. There was great geographical spread of the partnership, but there was also a sectorial mix. And again, I think one of the speakers before me mentioned about sectors working together. So we have the policy writers, we have the researchers, we have the implementers, but in this project we also have the Aran Island Energy Co-op, which are the people on the ground. The citizens of Europe will get benefit from the investment, from the money that the Northern Periphery and Arctic will provide for this particular project. And that was something that the assessors of the applications were really, really interested in seeing. I'm going to show you this slide. Most of the funding in INTERREG is currently closed. However, the Northern Periphery and Arctic has one final call, and it may be of interest to some of you for this particular call because there's one particular strand that is extremely different than any other calls that I've seen previously. So I just want to tell you that pretty much every organisation is open to be eligible to be a partner in the Northern Periphery and Arctic, whether it be national, regional, local authorities, right down to your SMEs, and your not-for-profit organisations through your public universities or your local authorities. So if you have an organisation or you're involved in an organisation and you feel that you could get some funding through this particular programme, or you have a project that might fit, please come and talk to me afterwards and I can see if I can assist you. As I said, the 7th call is the last call for funding in the MPA, and it's also probably the last call for funding in any European programme. It currently is open. It opened 2 weeks ago. They're looking for a number of different types of projects. There are main projects, capitalization projects, and disruptive technology projects, and that's the one that might be of interest to people here today. The main projects are for the Greater Market Reach Priority 2.2 and also for Priority 4, Sustainable Environmental Management. Strand 2 really isn't of interest. It's for capitalization, so it's projects that are already funded. But Strand 3 is looking for disruptive technology projects. As I said earlier on, the next round of funding for Europe is looking at a smarter, greener, more connected Europe. And this type of funding that's available is to look and prepare for the next round of funding. So it's looking at the Internet of Things, virtual reality, augmented reality, blockchain technology, or any other technologies that we mightn't be aware of that might help the citizens of the Northern Periphery and Arctic region. And it's focusing in on priority 1, 2, and 4. So not renewable energy, but innovation, entrepreneurship, and natural cultural heritage. Particularly health tech, clean tech, sustainable innovation, entrepreneurship, and diversification of natural and cultural heritage. We have a number of interested parties in already, and really projects that we hadn't thought about, whether it's using blockchain technology to help our farmers with the provenance of food, or using virtual technology to assist our tourism markets. Dark sky tourism is huge in the west of Ireland. We're getting a lot of Asian tourists coming in to see dark skies, see the stars at night. However, the odd time in the west of Ireland, there's a bit of cloud cover, and when they get here, they can't see the stars. But they're using virtual reality to put a headset on when you get to Ballycroy and look through the clouds to see what the stars would look like if that odd evening of cloud cover wasn't there. Strand 2 and 3, or Strand 3 particularly, the Disruptive Technologies project, it's a lump sum payment. It's a budget of about 154,000 euros, which is ERDF of 100,000 euros. That 100,000 euros is over 18 months. It's a minimum of 3 partners, so that money is divided between 3 partners to do research into whatever area you feel fits within the program. It's quite a tight schedule for application. It's a 2-step process. There's an expression of interest phase which finishes on the 7th of August. It's a very light application, the expression of interest. And if you pass that, then there's a further fuller application, which is deadline on the 30th of September. There's also a how to apply seminar in Sweden at the end of August. That's not compulsory, but if you're new to INTERREG or you're new to the MPA, I would recommend if you get past the first stage and you're really interested in your project, it's really worth going to. As I said, I am the contact point in the Regional Assembly. My role is to get as much funding into the region as possible through the programmes we spoke about. So at any stage, if you want to contact me in Balladreen, you can find us online, or you can talk to me after the event today, and I'd be more than happy to assist you in putting an application together, trying to get either a smaller Strand 3 Disruptive Technology project together, or a fuller application for Strand 1 and 2. So that's it very quickly. Again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Brendan. So Brendan has partially introduced already one of the reasons why we are all here. That is also the launch of the huge project. And the next presentation will be given by Desislava Todorova, which is the coordinator of the project. Desislava is working at the Environmental Research Institute from the University of Highlands and Islands in Truro, in the north part of Scotland. So she will introduce now the project HUGE.
No. I'm okay with that. Hello, everyone. As Paul said, my name is Desislava. I'm here to present you the huge project that Brendan already said a couple of things, but he didn't say what it stands for, so let's start with what it stands for. Hydrogen Utilisation and Green Energy is what the acronym stands for. First of all, I want to say a huge thank you to Paul and the NUI Galway team for organizing this seminar in such a short notice. They had maybe less than a month, and they managed to organize it, so huge thank you for all the effort. It's a great turn-up, and we have speakers from Iceland, from Norway, from Netherlands. So when I was writing public seminars in the beginning, in the project application actually stage, I wasn't imagining that it's going to be such a success, our first one. So let me tell you just the quick introduction of our institution. So we are leading the project, and we are the Environmental Research Institute. But we're not just that. We're part of the North Highland College, which in itself is part of the University of Highlands and Islands, which is a network of universities, 13 universities across the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. So you can see the blue part there on the map. We have 13 universities spread across, and we are one of them. Then we have, so this is location. This is where we are actually based. This is the end of the world, as we know it. This is the brink of the world, and just across you can see Orkney on the picture up there. And those are our two campuses. We have the Center for Energy and Environment and our other campus, which is on Castle Street. The research priorities that ERI has put for ourselves, we have renewable energy and environment, which we work under, but we have as well water, carbon, and climate theme, and environmental contamination and ecological health. So Orkney, as I said, the picture before that, where we see it across, is where okay, it's not working. The picture before that is where everything started 2 years ago, when we had a seminar, and we had working under another project called GREEP, and the seminar was building a hydrogen economy for Orkney. So this is where the idea for the huge project sparked. And it's been a long way since we came to here, came to actually getting funded. Brendan did a lot of the job for explaining NPA, so I'm not going to go further. It's just I'm going to keep even with the acronym. So NPA, the Northern Periphery and Arctic Program, this is where we get our funding from. We have 1.4 million, and we have across 3 years. It's going to be spread across 3 years, across 8 partners. So it's us that are leading the project. We have Action Renewables from Northern Ireland, NUI Galway from Ireland, La Parente University from Finland. We have the University of Faroe Islands, the Highland Council from Scotland, and the Aran Islands Energy Co-op, and Icelandic New Energy from Iceland. We have a huge network of associate partners as well that we are very proud with, and we are looking forward to work actually quite tightly with them. And we have from Scotland, we have Orkney Council that we're going to be working with. Then we have from Norway, we have SINTEF and NTNU. From Ireland, we have Ervia DCU, Energy Cooperatives Ireland, and Northern and Western Regional Assembly as our associate partners. We have ESTE, which is an energy company from Finland. We have 3 associate partners from the Faroe Islands. We have the Energy Association, the No-Soy Energy Company, and the Municipality of Tórshavn. We'll see that it is. I will learn how to pronounce it. So we are very happy with our network, partnership network, both main partners and associate partners. And this is just This is something that I made actually while I was doing the project application. I know it's very colorful, but I'm going to continue using it because I think it's very straightforward to explain what we're actually doing. So this is for people that don't have too much experience in INTERREG projects. We have a managerial part of work, and then we have technical work packages. So the management work package and communication is going to be led by us, so we're going to be coordinating the project. And then we have the 3 technical work packages, which will deliver our main output. So the first work package is techno-economic assessment of viable technical process for remote, peripheral, and dispersed hydrogen operations. But this will become very shortly just the T2, so you don't have to remember all of this, which is going to be led by Action Renewables. Then the second work package is creating hydrogen utilization business models, led by La Parente University in Finland. And the third technical work package is hydrogen knowledge and technology transfer, which will be led by NUI Galway. So all of those 3 work packages, as you can see down, so those are the work packages. Then down there you have the 2, the model and the platform, which will come out from the 3 technical work packages. So we have the techno-economic assessment 2, the T2, which I'm going to say a little bit after I'm done with this slide. I'm going to tell a little bit for each of them. So we have the T2, the hub model, and the HTT platform, the only disappointment when it comes to acronyms, all forming the HOT service, which is the Hydrogen Operational Technical Service. So now I'm going to just tell you a little bit for each of them and what we are planning to do, but we welcome any feedback as well, so please do contact us if you have any feedback as to our tools and methods. So we have the T2 led by Action Renewables in Northern Ireland, which main word of it is what we're going for is innovation, because it's comprising of, the 2 itself comprises of putting the competences and transnational learning from all the partners that we have in our main partnership and our extended associate partnership network. The design of it will combine process modeling and engineering design with economic evaluation, and obviously it will be made available to the public and everyone across the NPA and further regions as well. And the solution that will come out of the T2, we hope, is going to be the advance of innovative economic development solution for techno-economic assessment of viable processes for hydrogen operations. So this is the first one. The second outcome was the hydrogen utilization and business model, or the hub model, which we have here. We have transboundary, because we believe that by evaluating the renewable energy chain from production through storage, through transport to the end user in a transboundary model where we get experience from all the partners that we have, we will be able to create a transboundary solution. But this solution, I'll tell you, so the design of this, it will focus on the value analysis and the ecosystem of hydrogen supply chain in order to develop feasible business model. And the solution is that it will actually build upon the T2 that we will create in the first technical work package by developing the feasible business model after the techno-economic assessment 2 is done. So which basically means that we're going to apply both of the 2 and the model into real life case scenarios. So this is why we have Aran Island, we have Iceland, we have Faroes, and we have the Highland Council as partners, where we're going to take them as case studies and apply the T2 and the hub model in order to prove that they can actually work. So we're going to explore different solutions. First, we need to have seminars before that with end users and stakeholders in order to decide which is the appropriate solution, but we're looking at maybe complementary gas injections of hydrogen into the gas system. Maybe in Scotland, we're obviously looking at marine transport as well, wind to hydrogen. So we'll look at many different solutions. And after we apply them to case scenarios, real life case scenarios, we will end up having a generic model that can be applied in other scenarios. The last technical work is going to be the knowledge transfer platform, which we're going to be developed by the Center of Excellence here in NUI Galway. and they will use their state of, so here the main word we're looking at is transfer of knowledge, transfer of experiences, transfer, even if you want, contact. So they're going to be using their state-of-art online learning tools to ensure that training and knowledge is accessible, can be translated to all of our partner regions and beyond the NTA area. And the solution is that it will promote knowledge sharing and information exchange between actors in the hydrogen and renewable energy production sectors. There has not been, there is no platform that exists up until now, so we'll be innovators in this as well. I've told you how end users and stakeholder integration, this is a very, it's at the base, at the core of our project is interaction through our project partnership, through our work, to be constantly working with the end users and stakeholders that are gonna hopefully take our solutions after that and apply them and continue developing them. So it will be directly created with them. And we have two-phase workshops as well that are gonna be, so phase one is gonna be until the end of this year. Each of our regions will have a workshop with stakeholders and end users in order to create specific understanding about the needs and the regional context so we can after that apply them in the model and the tool. And after that, we're hoping to have another workshop at the end of the second year, but before the end of the project, so we have time to adjust the tools if they are not working or if they need specific tweaks for different regions. And in the middle of this, we will have also workshops across all of our regions, which will be organized by NUI Galway. There will be knowledge transfer workshops. And this is all for me for now. Thank you very much for having us here. This is the launch of the project, so thank you everyone for coming here. And please follow us on all the social media there.
Yeah, thank you, this is Slava. So now we have a set of 3 speakers that are coming from abroad. So my personal thanks to all of them that have come all the way to Galway. And they are coming to talk about successful examples of hydrogen being used already in the regions. So the first speaker is Jon Bjørn Skulason. He's coming from Iceland, from the Icelandic New Energy. And Iceland was one of the first countries in the world in which they were using hydrogen as a fuel. So it's a pleasure for me to introduce you to Jon Bjørn, and the floor is all yours.
So good morning. Good morning. I'm going to talk briefly about hydrogen in Iceland. It's now becoming quite a long story, as Paul mentioned. I wanted to start with introducing Icelandic New Energy. It's a fairly unique setup of a company. It's owned by all the major utilities in Iceland, by the government, by the university, by the research institutes, and etc. So in a sense, we combined everybody together into one company. And the goal of the company is to eliminate the use of fossil fuels in Iceland, which is a fairly big task. So probably I need some successors to take over my job to finish the job, but at least we're on the way. Change slides, yes. This one? Okay. So we have, the government of Iceland started working on this quite early. We have the first policy measures taken already in 1998 with aiming to utilize hydrogen and or electricity instead of fossil fuels. We have various incentives in place, and that's the only way to start up to get this technology going. We were actually the first in the world to revoke VAT on zero-emission technologies, which was followed by Norway, but they did it then much better than we did, so they have more incentives than we have. But we are blessed with very high taxes, so it was with a VAT exemption on all vehicles and import rebate and lower annual tax, the zero-emission technology becomes quite competitive at an early phase, and that means you can introduce it quite fast. We still have all these incentives in place, and the government has now announced that they plan to ban or tax out fossil fuel vehicles by 2030. which of course is a reasonably ambitious goal. I think Norway is again 5 years ahead of us, but we'll see who beats each other. We have quite an ambitious increase in incentives from January 1st, 2020. The VAT incentives will continue onwards for zero-emission technologies. They will also be applicable for buses, or the aim of the government is to have VAT revoked from buses, and also from all charging stations, meaning that even if you buy home charging, the VAT, both of the charging station and the work done to set it up, will be VAT-free. Depreciation of cars, 100% in 1 year, and larger vehicles will be that you can take 200% of the OPEX to deduct from taxes. And that's, of course, a step forward and thinking towards trucks and larger vehicles mainly, something that we are very highly interested in, and I'll come back to later. Also, the government has announced quite an ambitious plan to increase funding for alternative fuel infrastructure. And we should notice that the government of Iceland has been very strict on that they're not choosing any pathway. They are trying to create a platform for any alternatives. And if you think about all the different alternatives of battery electric, hydrogen, methane, methanol, ammonia, dimethyl ether, all these different fuels, they can all be produced from the basis of electricity. And that's something we have a lot of in Iceland. So the government is open for any kind of fuels. And we are quite certain, for example, that battery technologies will not go on fishing boats. So we need a solution there. We don't see a solution for battery trucks, which are long-haul trucks and so on. So there will be a mixture of fuels, and I'll come back to that later. Briefly, the story, we started in 2001, preparing for a bus program. This is, of course, the first generation of fuel cell buses, which were deployed in 2003 in Iceland. Actually, there were 33 buses in 11 different sites. They were supposed to operate for 2 years, but we ended up operating them for 4 years because they were still in reasonably good condition. Then during 2008 to 12, we had about 30 hydrogen vehicles, both internal combustion engines and fuel cell electric vehicles. So this was the second largest fleet in the world. It was only California who had a bigger fleet of hydrogen vehicles. So we have quite a long history. The filling stations, of course, at that time are already obsolete, so they could only refuel 350 bars. After 10 years of operation, the electrolyzer was old. It was the Norwegian electrolyzer technology, so it needed refurbishment, and there was a lot of wear and tear, so in a sense, we shut down the operation in 2012. Some of you might recall that we had some economic crisis in Iceland from some bankers in 2008. So this created quite a difficult situation for any research projects. But we spent a lot of valuable resources on these projects, and it was kind of interesting to see that a lot of people said that the project was a failure because there was no continuance. It's interesting when you have research projects which do not end up with a positive result. Actually, the bus program ended up with all the results we wanted it. But for politicians and people who don't believe in the technology, it was easy for them to say it was a failure. And "I told you so" became a very top sentence when we discussed hydrogen, because at this time, battery electric vehicles were coming to the platform, and a lot of people thought hydrogen would be out. It's very important, what we have been stating is that politicians need stamina. It's very difficult to have politicians only working for 4 years. Maybe we should elect them for 15 years, because usually they think in 4-year terms, and that's not enough for a new energy paradigm. And we always said from the beginning, when the company was formed in 1999, we stated that it would take roughly 40 to 50 years to complete a conversion from one fuel to another. So if we would be complete into 2050, we thought that would be a success. And I think we're well underway. Both the politicians and the public always want to choose a winner. And it's kind of interesting when you have this debate about hydrogen and battery electric technology. Most people want to choose one of those. We are actually saying we don't foresee only a battery electric future. We also see a hydrogen future. So it needs to be a combined system. And a lot of people say there has to be one winner. But if you look at the fuel, what we have today, we have multiple different fuels. We have diesel, we have gasoline, we have different fuels for jets, we have different fuels for seagoing ships, and etc. So there is already a variety, and I think that will not change in the future. I made this graph some time ago, and if you look at hydrogen versus battery electric, the media is very controlling what discussion is going on. And this red represents battery electric vehicle, and if you go back to 1997, a lot of discussion was that battery electric vehicles would take over the world. Nobody spoke about hydrogen. 2004, nobody spoke about battery electric vehicles, and everybody said hydrogen will win. If you go to 2011, hydrogen was out again, and batteries were taking over all the discussion. But I think actually my hopeful development is that actually this combined. I think there's a major benefit for both. And I think more and more people are agreeing to that there will be a mixture of this in the future. So, but this is based on articles published in newspapers and scientific papers. So in 2004, there were almost no articles in scientific papers about battery electric vehicles, and therefore all the money went to hydrogen. But if we look at land transport in Iceland, this is how the segment is. You can see gasoline and diesel controlling most of it. The goal of the government was announced 10 years ago that in 2020 we should have 10% renewables in land transport by 2020, and we should have 40% by 2030. And as you can see, we're actually potentially making the goal. We have now 9.2% of renewable fuels in land transport, which I think is quite good. And if you think about it, all other energy utilization in Iceland is based on renewables. So in total, if you take the total energy consumption of the country, it's 80% renewable. So if we can get rid of fossil fuel, we're 100% sustainable. There's been a lot of discussion about the infrastructure buildup for different aspects. This chicken and egg issue is always discussed. No infrastructure, no users, and vice versa. People tend to forget that building infrastructure for battery electric vehicles is also quite expensive. You're looking at fast chargers. Now people are talking about 350 kilowatt chargers. You have semi-fast chargers, normal charging. There are issues with the grid. If you're going to have a large charging station every 200 kilometers where at least 20 to 40 cars can charge at the same time, it's quite expensive to do it. We still are fighting this plug issue. It seems, though, that will be solved in the future. Charging time is still an issue, and I don't think we will ever reach what hydrogen can do. But what we have stated is that charging at workplaces is the cheapest solution, and that's what we are mainly encouraging in Iceland, that we have charging at workplaces so people can charge there. But still, 90% of the charging in Iceland for battery electric vehicles is actually done at home. And that's mainly, of course, it's very cheap, and distances are not that long in the cities. So building the infrastructure is quite costly because nobody is using it. But hydrogen infrastructure is also very costly. You need special stations. We don't expect to be able to compete with the battery technology on prices. We are looking at similar prices for hydrogen and fossil fuels. Maybe when we have large-scale production, we will be below the fossil fuel cost. But that will, of course, also depend heavily on what kind of tax system we're going to have on fossil fuel. Of course, it's easy to store hydrogen in large quantities to refuel a lot of vehicles, and it's good for balancing the grid. If you think about wind or solar or all these different aspects, the energy companies in Iceland are now also viewing hydrogen as a great production at site for different power plants, because then you can utilize the grid completely, but then we of course have trucked in hydrogen instead of hydrogen produced on site, and this is what we are calculating. But if we go to what Iceland is mainly doing, we're a member of the Hydrogen Mobility Europe 1 and 2 projects. Those 2 projects have been combined more or less, and they are building 49 refueling stations in Europe, 1,400 cars and vans to be deployed. It's a 170 million euro project. 67 million in funding and 40 organizations. So this is the far largest European activity. And this is all across Europe. But I'm only going to talk about Iceland. In this project, we have 3 hydrogen refueling stations in Iceland. We have opened all of them. The first 2 were opened in June 2018, one in mid-center of Reykjavik, and the other one in Keflavik, close to the international airport. Both have trucked-in hydrogen because we built the electrolyzer at the geothermal power plant about 20 kilometers away from the city. And then the third station was opened in Reykjavik now last May. And the key, of course, is that we are now trying to show continuance, so not building just one station like we did in the old days, but we're building 3. Currently, we only have 22 fuel cell electric vehicles in service. So you can imagine the economics of these 3 stations, they are crap. But that needs to be done to sustain the future. And of course, if you look at the announcements of many of the major car manufacturers, the availability of vehicles will be quite high in the near future. And Toyota has indicated that the price of the vehicles will be close to gasoline in 2022 to 2024. So that's almost tomorrow. You can see here, this is our vision of the initial map for Iceland. The circle of Iceland is 1,400 kilometers long. So we don't need a very complicated infrastructure, but we decided still not to distribute all the stations. This is a young technology, and we wanted redundancy rather than to start distributing the stations all around the island. So of course the mobility of the vehicles is limited to about 350 kilometer range because 350 kilometer circle around Reykjavik or the stations because the range of the vehicles is about 700 kilometers. But our aim, of course, is to build the infrastructure as long as the vehicle come on road. And the main issue now is to get large users, so we're focusing heavily on trucks. Price-wise, to drive a hydrogen vehicle today in Iceland costs the same as to drive a gasoline vehicle. So it's roughly, we are burning about 1 kilo of hydrogen, and we're burning about 7 liters of gasoline, so it comes out as the same cost. For a battery electric vehicle, this is of course very, very different. So it's much cheaper. But of course, we foresee when we have larger production, our electrolyzer at the moment is 150 cubic meters an hour, which is 300 kilos a day. You need to build much larger stations and probably about 10 times that size. And to be able to do that, you need trucks or buses. And then we foresee the price of hydrogen at least at 8 or even at 7 euros per kilogram, and then we're much cheaper than gasoline. Here you can see the 3 different stations. The third station in May was opened by the President of Iceland, so there's a lot of interest in the subject. So that was a big event, and so we're striving forward. You can see some of the vehicles. Out of those 22 cars, we have 17 Hyundai vehicles, both Hyundai iX35 and the Hyundai Nexo, and then we have 5 Toyota Mirais. Looking at the next steps, this is our main focus at the moment. We're looking into deploying trucks in Iceland. You've probably heard stories about what Nikola Motor and Hyundai are doing. Nikola is going to provide thousands of trucks in the US during the time period of 2020 to 2024. And just as Anheuser Busch has already ordered 800 trucks, and they've sold, or they have orders for over a $10 billion truck production. Hyundai is going to launch 1,000 trucks in Switzerland over the next 4 years. We are now in negotiations with both of them to have trucks in Iceland, and our aim is to have some of these vehicles on the road in 2021. Mainly, they are very heavy users. They, of course, they are going to exchange with a heavy diesel consumption, so it's not that complicated to provide infrastructure. The Nikola buses, the Nikola trucks are supposed to be able to drive 1,000 kilometers, so they only need 1 hydrogen station to drive the circle of Iceland. The Hyundai trucks in the beginning will drive about 500 kilometers, but that is to be extended soon. Buses, in Reykjavik, we already have 14 battery electric buses from China. This is out of 100 buses, so replacing all the buses in Iceland is not very complicated. One of the negative part of the electric buses is that they burn gasoline or they burn diesel for heating in the wintertime. So the diesel consumption was almost 10 liters per 100 kilometers of diesel just to keep the buses warm. That meant, of course, that there was some diesel fumes coming into the bus, so the people were sitting on an electric bus and smelling diesel, which is not a good sign. But of course, this is all due to range. The bus company in Iceland is mostly interested in plug-in hydrogen solutions. That's what they interest the most. Such solutions are being developed at least by 3 or 4 different players. We are now tendering buses for Iceland, and we're hoping to see plug-in versions coming in. At least that's what the bus company is most keen on getting. There's a lot of discussion about on-site production versus trucked-in. I just touched on that. Today, there's a major hydrogen production plant at one of the geothermal power plants. It's 1,200 cubic meters, so it's much bigger than the plant providing for the vehicles. But all of that goes into production of methanol. So they take CO and CO2 from the geothermal power plant and mix it with hydrogen, and then they get methanol. And methanol is then mixed into different gasoline in different countries. They actually export most of the methanol to the Netherlands and to Sweden. But we are now also looking into methanol as a future fuel for the fishing fleet. Methanol ships have the advantage of being able to burn diesel also. So that's, if you think about mobility of ships, and ships need to come into different harbors, if you don't have methanol infrastructure, they can just tank diesel. So their mobility is not, it doesn't affect their mobility of the ship. So methanol, of course, if we produce a large-scale methanol, we need a very, very big-scale hydrogen production, and that means the hydrogen becomes quite cheap for vehicle consumption. So we're looking into studies about trucked-in hydrogen versus on-site production, and that's just a continuing learning process as we go along. There's a number of companies interested in hydrogen. Most of them already have battery electric vehicles in service, and they cannot do all the mobility solutions. Of course, a lot of them are looking now for 4x4s, which we don't have yet. The largest oil company in Iceland is actually the owner of the hydrogen refueling stations, and they are building now multi-fuel stations. They're also distributing methane and fast charging at their stations. And they're also getting investment from partners abroad. So there is quite a high interest. We are foreseeing that the full tax incentives in Iceland will last until we have 5% of each zero-emission vehicle type, which means roughly about 10,000 vehicles, as we have 200,000 vehicles. So the government views it that if 5% of a certain technology is in traffic in Iceland, it must be commercial. So we already have, like, for example, we have about 3,200 battery electric vehicles in service now, so we can sell 6,800 more until the incentive goes away. And we can see also the grants. We only had 0.5 million euros directly from the government in 2016 to 2019, but this will now go to 10.5 million euros for alternative infrastructure in 2020 to 2023. And that's already being advertised and being distributed to players. But this is not just for hydrogen, it's for any fuels. Just briefly, because since we have partners from abroad, we have done a lot of studies specifically with the people in the Faroe Islands regarding wind to hydrogen. So there's quite a bit of knowledge within the company looking into small-scale wind to hydrogen, mainly in non-grid connected communities. So we looked at a couple of islands in Faroe Islands which are not grid connected, and we're hoping that the government of Faroe Islands steps up the interest of executing such projects, because at least one of the islands showed quite a good economic case. And if you go to other places which we have worked with in Newfoundland, these are isolated communities where you have to fly in diesel with helicopters in the wintertime, so you can imagine how expensive the electricity is. So having standalone systems with wind and solar is actually something that is very viable in the future, and we just need some front runners to start executing such activities. As I say, Icelanders were pioneers. Economic crisis and the battery electric vehicle hype, I would say, slowed down the hydrogen movement, but didn't slow down the general introduction of zero-emission technologies. We have a very large Nordic cooperation. There's a very open discussion between all the Nordic countries. Denmark and Norway, of course, are currently most active, and I think you will just, after my presentation, hear about what's happening in Norway. So we are convinced that hydrogen will be a very important factor in the future fuels in the north. And with increased collaboration, open information flow, projects like this, and etc., I'm sure that we have found a political or support for hydrogen. And just as you know, hydrogen makes you feel good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bjorn. So next speaker is Patrick Nuben. He's coming from the Netherlands, and he is the director of the New Energy Coalition. So he's been working in many different areas, but basically on biogas and infrastructure. And he's basically working on clusters like green gas, bio LNG, power to gas, biomass conversion technologies, etc., etc. However, today he's here to talk about the hydrogen activities in northern Netherlands, and as I'm sure that you will see, they've got really ambitious targets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me. Had a presentation. That one? Okay, yeah. Which comprises somewhat more slides than you would imagine, so I will skip some in due course of the presentation. Well, as Paul stated, my name is Patrick Nuben. I'm working for the New Energy Coalition, a recently established organization, 2 years old, but let's say the merging partners were around for about 15 to 17 years. So we are new. We are old, but in a new let's say package. Okay. Well, let me explain the Northern Netherlands. We are the northeastern part of the Netherlands. The Netherlands is about 17 million inhabitants, and our region comprises about 25% of the Dutch, let's say, land area. But we only have 10% of the inhabitants, so 1.7, 1.8 million inhabitants. So it's very challenging to develop new projects compared to the heavily, let's say, inhabited areas around Amsterdam and Rotterdam. But we have been active in managing vast energy flows for about 70 years. In our region, we have the largest onshore gas field on mainland Europe. It's called the Slochtern field. It's quite well known in the let's say, the oil and gas sector. But having extracted gas for 70 years has brought a lot of prosperity to the Netherlands, but also some problems which have been coming up in the last 7 years, which are earthquakes. And you'll see a picture of the intensity of earthquakes due to natural gas extraction in the region. And the houses are affected. It's very, let's say, challenging to live there. There are no casualties, lethal casualties yet, but you can imagine that whenever your house is trembling, I think some parties like in Iceland are, I think, used to earthquakes, it's not an acquired taste, I can tell you, if you're in that region, because the quakes have a intensity of about maximum 4, but the soil conditions are such that it's peaty and clayey. So whenever it rocks, it goes on up to the surface and really destroys the foundations of the houses, which makes houses that they cannot be sold. And you got a mortgage, so you're actually locked in on the spot with your mortgage, nowhere to go. And that has resulted in an action from our government to stop the extraction of the natural gas from that field and other fields. And as I told you, it has brought a lot of prosperity in natural gas. Now the gas is going. About 25,000 people are involved in the natural gas sector. So we have a business in the region called natural gas, but we're stepping out. And that's a big problem. It's a big challenge, and we think that hydrogen may offer a solution, for we are used to managing large energy streams for the last 70 years. And whenever you can transport and handle a molecule like methane, you can also do that with hydrogen. Some adaptations are needed, so this gives us the opportunity to create a new business model for the region, and we think hydrogen can be a very big part of that. Let me get back to the economics. What you can see there is the gas production over the years, that's the top graph, and the decline in that. due to the earthquakes has been going on for some time. And you see the red line, which indicates the cumulative impact on the economy due to extracting less gas. And for our region, it can go up to, this is a very moderate assumption, about 8%. We have made some new calculations. It will go up to 10 to 12% reduction of the gross regional product. Big challenge because you sell the gas, you get revenues, VAT and all kinds of taxes, and that will go away. So we need to find a solution. And we have a plan. It's called Green Hydrogen Program. We made a booklet of it, this one. I didn't bring 50 copies with me, but it's downloadable, and if you want a hard copy, just drop me a line or call, and we will make sure that you get a copy. So in that plan, we described how we want to convert from natural gas to hydrogen in the region. And as I stated, our region has been involved in natural gas for many years, so we think that hydrogen fits us as a glove. We need to do some things, sure, but it fits. And we can facilitate markets. We can produce a lot of hydrogen, and we must use a lot of hydrogen to make it economically feasible. So we've made some calculations. 250,000. We can produce 270,000 tons, and we can use 270,000 tons distributed over 4 main markets. The markets are the chemical industry, the mobility industry, grid balancing, and let's say the rest can be exported using pipelines. We are managing these streams, so the existing pipeline infrastructure in the Netherlands connecting us to the rest of mainland Europe facilitates us in exporting hydrogen and making a tremendous contribution to, let's say, go zero carbon, go from high carbon, natural gas, to low carbon mixes, to no carbon emissions. That's 100% hydrogen. That's green stuff. But we are very aware that we are working in we're not working in splendid isolation. We need to collaborate. And that's why we also like to visit venues like yours, Paul, because we need to tell the story, and we are open to collaborate with anyone. We are reaching out to everybody who wants to cooperate, who wants to coordinate things. And so that's our main goal. We have to cooperate because this is a very big challenge. We have some priorities. We have we are looking into infrastructure, harbors. Harbors are logistical entry and exit points. Usually energy can be transported from and into harbors quite effectively. We're looking to absorb the industry, have them absorb the hydrogen, the mobility, the built environment, as I stated, and the net balancing. Net balancing will take some time because we have to align the business models of the power sector and the natural gas sector. It's quite hefty. But also, I mentioned the 25 to 28,000 people involved. We need to re-educate them. The existing ones, the new ones, the young ones, we need to educate in the right way. So we have a vast program on human capital and innovation. You can build it, but you have to maintain it. Somebody has to do that, and we think that vocational craftsmen, etc., and scientists are very important in that respect. This is a picture made from our colleagues from Gasunie, in which we actually state we will use the North Sea as a big energy park, a lot of windmills. Power comes on shore. The power cannot be distributed within the next 5 to 7 years because it takes a lot of time to construct high voltage power lines. It takes about 7 to 10 years. And we have the gas infrastructure in the soil already. So we think that we can build very large electrolyzer systems onshore in the harbors. These electrolyzers will can the electrons in the form of hydrogen. The hydrogen will be stored in several underground salt caverns on the large scale, and then we will be re-evacuated into the grid to the customers. And obviously we cannot do it instantaneously to everybody, so we are, let's say, developing several specific gas lines to accommodate specific clients in first instance, and we do think that industry has a very big say in that, because you have to produce on scale and you have to use on scale, and that's typically industry, and that will bring down the price. We have prepared a investment agenda for our region. That's, I think it's 3 months old now, and it comprises, if we allocate all the investments, it's about 2.8 to 3 billion euros within the coming 5-6 years, which we want to deploy into hydrogen. And what you can see is on the top the North Sea coast, the Wadden Sea coast. There are industry complexes are located. We will develop the big scale electrolyzers there, and then it will be evacuated over big pipelines, 40-inch, the big ones, not the small ones. They are there. They are there as well, but the big pipelines, and there are many of them, believe me. So we will reutilize them and connect it to industry. Furthermore, we will make some more plans, etc. I made a picture, a graph of the current electrolyzers we are planning now. We have one of 20 megawatts in, that's the middle one. It's being constructed. We got on the top side, it's a German one, it's power to, it's element 1, it's power to gas, actually, 100 megawatts. We got the low one, it's 1 megawatt. It's very small, but it's particular because it's on top of a salt cavern. And actually, you can't fill a big salt cavern with a 1 megawatt electrolyzer, but it's a test, and we will see if we can expand that. We got in the south 2 to 20, eventually going up to about 25 to 50 megawatts. This is the Equinor project. This is power to gas, gas to power, apologies. So pre-combusting natural gas, absorbing the CO2, storing it under the seabed, and the hydrogen, which we deem blue hydrogen, is also evacuated in the natural grid to get the market started. 40 megawatt electrolyzers on the roll will be presented shortly, and we got a 100 megawatt one in the neighborhood of Amsterdam to work with the steel production, and there's another one coming in that's 100 megawatt, which has been announced last year and will probably go up to 1 gigawatt within the next 7 years. So these are the plans, and you can imagine we are working quite hard to have them financed, which is a challenge. I have some pictures of projects. I will skip them through because it's all in the last 2 slides. This is a very large European-funded project in which we utilize the Cobra cable coming from Esbjerg in Denmark to our region, 700 megawatts, direct current, HVDC interconnector. The power is then, let's say, rerouted through our high voltage system, amongst else to this little 1 megawatt electrolyzer on top of the salt cavern, and then it's being transported with trucks to a fueling station. So this is one of the biggest projects from Europe funded in that respect. Here you can see to the right-hand side our part of our industry hub in Delfzijl, that's near the shore. And this, on the left-hand side, is the 1 megawatt on top of the natural gas caverns, the salt caverns. It's a very vast, there are 8 caverns underneath. It's a very big storage department. These are the parties involved: Energy Stock, subsidiary of GasUnie, and Nourion, and TSO is the project name. Here you can see let's say, slide of...
Stay near the mic, please.
Sorry. Here you can see let's say a part of the subsoil in which this distance is about 1 kilometer, and then it's going down. It's a salt mountain under the soil, and these caverns are about 300 meters high, and they can absorb about 1 million cubic meters of water volume. In hydrogen terms, you can see that in somewhat more detail here. This can accommodate about 12,000 tons of hydrogen. That's a very large amount, and we are not there yet, but we have 8 of them on one location, and there are several other sites as well. Actually, there's a lot of salt caverns all over Northern Europe and under the North Sea as well. Well, this is the multi-fuel station, as I said. This is 70 meters in diameter, and all fuels available are there. So the fossil ones, diesel, gasoline, high blends, low blends, let's say the pure 100% biodiesel, ethanol, methanol, not yet. We will have an LNG station in the coming months, and before the end of the year, we will have the hydrogen station there, hopefully running. And that's an interesting part for us. Furthermore, we think big. We think that the North Sea is a very big energy park on which you can build a lot of windmills. But imagine that you have to connect parks individually to the shoreline. It takes a lot of copper, and that may be very costly and very ineffective from the energetic perspective. So we are thinking of constructing a large energy island in the middle of the North Sea. And probably it will not be one island, but several, not in the biggest size, but some smaller ones, all over the North Sea to have it running. And these discussions are very, let's say, new. These are running in our parliament. Actually, it started this week. Will take some months to get further, and then we have to align with the other countries around the North Sea. Okay, Wales, we have buses in hydrogen 32. We have an improved Tesla. It's called the Tesla. It's a Tesla running on hydrogen. We have the trains are coming in. They're not there yet because they're now operational in Germany, but we are looking for our region to have hydrogen trains as well. Street sweepers on hydrogen, garbage trucks, and this is very interesting. The company who designed this, called Holthausen, they are a small gas trading company. Let's say the biggest of the small ones, or the smallest of the big ones. And they were thinking, actually, the engineer was irritated by the street sweeper who was running in front of his house, made a lot of noise, and they rebuilt it on hydrogen. They scrapped the diesel engine, put a fuel cell in it with a tank, and it runs. And it is operational in the city, in the municipality of Groningen. And it received a lot of attention all over the world, from Los Angeles, Vatican City, wanted one. The Pope needs to be, let's say, have some night rest. Barcelona, and I think he has about 350 orders of these things. And the interesting thing is, one of the aspects we are concerned with is getting the public aware of hydrogen. And buses help, but also these kinds of things, because the public can see it. They can, it drives beside them, it does its thing wherever they are. So these are very interesting things for us as well. The buses I told you about, trains as well, ships. We are going to investigate the development of a small hydrogen carrier. This is the smallest LNG carrier in the world. It's 65 meters long. It's now it's built in our region. It's operating in Norway. It's called the Knutsen Pioneer, and it brings LNG to all the fjords. Actually, LNG and hydrogen are somewhat similar, apart from the temperature. So we are looking into designing a import-export facility with these kinds of small vessels. And that would be interesting, a very interesting, let's say, investigation also for the huge project and the projects around it and all the parties around the North Sea, like Iceland as well. Because if you can make the stuff, that's good, but then you have to bring it to the market. And that is a very costly thing if you are developing these apparatuses one by one. That will cost you a lot of money, and combining it with others may be very, very interesting, also with the Scots, because they're looking at the ferries as well. Looking at salt barges for inland waterway transport on hydrogen. This is 110 meters long, running on hydrogen, and the business case on hydrogen is very much competitive with diesel now, already. Okay? Then we have a ship which we will bring to the Olympics in Tokyo. This is a sailing ship with, of course, diesel engines, and we're scrapping the diesel engines, putting fuel cells in it, and we want to demonstrate it in Tokyo as our northern flagship. We are going to Tokyo in some weeks, so this is very happy. And we have a little tourist barge already running in the canals in Groningen on hydrogen as well. So we have some value chain solutions. I will skip that one. This is very interesting. This is a residential area in which 80 new houses will be constructed on hydrogen, completely with a boiler fit for hydrogen. So no natural gas connections. And if that works, we can extend it to 1,100 houses, which are already there. So they need to be refurbished. And there is natural gas infrastructure, so we are investigating how to bring hydrogen into that system, replace the natural gas totally or partly, and adapting the boilers. And that is really, really very big thing, because it is actually very simple, but it costs a lot of money. And then the simpleness stops because you have to get some money from somebody, and we will work. We are also going to replace the backup power facility of a data center with hydrogen. Now this data center it's brand new, has a 6 megawatt connection to the grid, 6 megawatt, and 9 megawatts of emergency power, of course, on diesel. And it has to run every week for several hours just to test it to be compliant. And we are discussing with the owner to replace one of the 9 megawatts for hydrogen, but not as backup power, but as continuous power. So we can use the grid as a backup. And this is particularly interesting from mainland Europe, because it's very difficult to build data centers because the cities are crowded, the grid is congested, you cannot build a thing anymore. And we think having these kinds of solutions with hydrogen offers a new opportunity, because data centers are needed very much, because we are very dependent on it, otherwise our computers and telephones and all the other media won't work. This is actually an old picture. What you're seeing is gone now. This is a sour gas cleaning facility. Natural gas contains sulfur. Sulfur has to be removed. It's sour, sulfur. And then the cleaned up gas is put into the gas grid. This is gone, and it's being rebuilt as an electrolyzer location together with some fermenters, etc. And that is really a thing, because that will open up in the course of next year. End of next year will be more or less operational. And then we can demonstrate inland, so not on the shore, inland, how to repurpose old or obsolete natural gas infrastructure. Because the infrastructure which is there, which can be reutilized or repurposed, you don't have to put in the extra money because it's there. You just need to clean it. And that can be done. Then I'll skip to this one. This is our newest project, as has been applied to the European Commission and to FCHEU recently. And we hope that we are one of the winners of this one. Actually, the Irish Hydrogen Association, Hydrogen Ireland, is one of the parties involved. So I think Mr. I don't know the name anymore, but is McCorgan, I think, is here as well. And it looks like this. It's a schematic, of course, but all the projects I showed you on beforehand are included. So this is the North Sea, this is the high power grid on the side. These are the DSOs, the local grids, 4 clusters, 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is the cluster on which we will use offshore and onshore power. Build an electrolyzer, 100 megawatt, 100. Evacuate by trailer or by pipeline. This is an industrial complex with a 20 to 40 megawatt electrolyzer. Evacuate the hydrogen on a industrial ring, specifically established for hydrogen, bringing it to all the industries, which are a lot over there. Then we have the electrolyzer on top of the salt cavern, which can be used as a lung, more or less. We will evacuate the hydrogen to the housing and to the data center and to, let's say, the houses, as I explained. This is the 2 to 20 megawatt electrolyzer on the sour gas field, which will be connected to industry by a dedicated pipeline. A fueling station will be there and buses will be operated. The other hydrogen will be evacuated by trailers to other fueling stations. This is a 350 bar, which will be upgraded to 700 bar. This is 700 bar already. This will be both 350 and 700, and we will have about 30 buses, 100 passenger vehicles, several light utility vehicles, 8 very heavy vehicles, so the Hyundais or Nikola. We are looking into that, and ships, of course. And if I continue it, you will see that this is a project, so it's not can be seen quite well, but all these projects are there, and this is particularly interesting because if we can do it in this way, we can extend the high pressure pipelines. And we are actually having a 150-kilometer line in the project, repurposed. So the existing bits of the pipeline are investigated. They are quite good. Some connections need to be, let's say, upgraded and made hydrogen ready. And that is something we are going to, and we have the maximum support from our government. They put some money on the table. The region has put some money on the table. And now we are waiting for, let's say, the FCHU to come over the bridge to help us and make it work. And so these are all the parties involved. And this is another graphic. It's the same. The slide before is this one on the top hand. And these are the majority of the bigger projects in the Netherlands. This is on the website of Gasunie, one of our colleagues. And this is the timeline. So these are the things we are going to do in the region. Lots more going on, but in essence, this is the framework, and we are very open to discuss and to participate with parties who are interested in getting hydrogen mainstream in Europe. Because I think if you're going to do it, the time is now, and there is no time to wait. Okay, this is it. All right. Oh.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. The last speaker before the panel discussion is Federico Zenith. He's coming from Norway, from SINTEF, and he's been in the Research Institute and is also an adjunct professor at the NTNU University in Norway as well. He's been working on hydrogen and fuel cells for over 15 years. And he has coordinated already 3 European projects on the topic as well. So we are very happy to have him here.
All right. Yes. Thank you very much, Pau. I see a lot of people come in the meantime. Great. Yes, I actually had received the title Hydrogen in Norway. That's actually not something I have a complete oversight over. It's actually a lot going on, and I wouldn't have been able to fit in 20 minutes, so I just stuck to northern Norway, and specifically to what is clustered around the latest EU project I've been running in Herlus. So, if we go ahead for the outline, first a bit of the context, then the mobility applications and the stationary applications, just to structure it this way. For the context, well, we heard before the Irish from Galway and the Scots from Orkney saying they were the end of the world. I beg to differ, this is the end of the world. This is a wind park in a place called Ragovidda. It's in a municipality called Berlevåg, less than 1,000 people in the peninsula of Varanger. But it's the last peninsula in Norway, in the county of Finnmark. That's as extreme as you get. They call it the 4th corner of the world. They do have a fantastic wind park. They have a concession of 200 megawatts. They built only 45, though. And there is another wind park called Hamnafjell, just next peninsula. That's 120 in concession, and they're built on the 50. Why 45 and 50? Because there is a bottleneck of 95 that they can export, so they cannot build anymore, even though they have been authorized to do so. And in fact, the resources in the Varanger Peninsula are about 2 gigawatts. So it's a lot of money that is just passing over their heads, and they cannot exploit it because there is not enough capacity to export it. The capacity factor in that area is about 50%. It's quite high. The world average is about 30, 35-ish. And the local consumption is actually very low. We are talking about 60 megawatt maximum during winter when everybody's using electricity to heat their homes. And in summer, it's between 0 and 20 megawatts, depending on time of day. This time of the year probably it's minimum because everybody is in Spain and sunbathing. But the local economy is mostly based on fishing, so you don't really have any industry that can actually take up this power. It's only residential use. So yeah, we need to do something with this power if they want to exploit it. We have in our project Varanger Kraft, they are the local grid operator, owners of the wind park, and now also they start a new company, Varanger Kraft Hydrogen, to commercialize the hydrogen they produced in the project. This is Berlevåg. It's a nice aerial view. It's less than 1,000 people and an airport, because that's the closest village is 90 kilometers away. And that's pretty normal distances in this part of the world. The electrolyzer will be placed in the harbor, which is a kind of strategic location because we can easily access both the harbor and the county road. Of course, the roads are sort of cleaned during winter, meaning with the properly trained drivers that they can actually make to the other side. The capacity will be about 1 ton per day, so it's quite a lot for this kind of area. We expect, we are already building actually a 10-kilometer power line from Ragovida. Virtually, the plant will be inside the fence, meaning that it will connect directly to the wind park. Initially, we wanted to actually have the electrolyzer physically within the wind park, but then, of course, we realized it's going to be kind of difficult to take the hydrogen out of it. In order to get to that wind park, you actually have to take a snowmobile for a few kilometers. So it's not something practical to go around with that, with the hydrogen tanks on your back. The electrolyzer, by the way, is delivered by Hydrogenics in Belgium, and they recently came up with a date for delivery. They expect to have that by early 2020. So over there are some data that I already have mentioned, the 45 megawatt today, concession of 200, and the total potential of 2,000 megawatt, and those are in the corresponding capacities of how much hydrogen you can produce. So you can produce up to 400 tons per day with all the resources you can technically exploit in Varanger. And that means that you could supply almost half of the Norwegian car park, which is quite a lot for a small region of the country. The production pressure of these electrolyzers is just 30 bars, but it's nice pressure for fixed storage. It's not so good if you want to actually transport the hydrogen out. Then you need at least 350 or better higher. And the upgrades to this pressure are outside project scope. The EU is paying only for the production. They would like to see us exploiting, but we need to make other projects for exploitation. Liquefaction plant, that's not realistic at this point. It's 1 ton per day, does not justify liquefaction. If we go up to 100, then it's going to make some sense. And then we're going to go through some applications for this hydrogen in the next slides. And basically, the 3 criteria I've been considering mostly it's whether the technology is available. Like, for example, cars that have been built, trucks are becoming available. How much hydrogen they're going to consume if we can get rid of this 1 ton per day. And of course, the gimmick factor, or lighthouse factor, does it look like something that is going to end up in the news? Is that going to go viral? We already had actually 2 workshops in Vadsø, which is the capital of Finnmark. We had a lot of engagement from local politicians. They are very happy to see that suddenly they are in the news. It's one of those parts of the country that do not receive much attention, usually. We actually got 2 members of the government all the way from Oslo to Vadsø, which is in itself kind of an event. One of those 2 actually managed to get lost somewhere in Vadsø, and people had to rescue him, apparently. And there are a number of local stakeholders that were interested in developing hydrogen solutions. So it's getting more concrete, it's getting more realistic as it goes. So for the mobility, one of the applications that look very promising, fishing boats. As I mentioned before, most of the economy there revolves around fishing. This one, the picture here, it's the Carolina. It's the Norway's and probably worse of electric fishing boat. Well, sort of electric. It runs on batteries when it's on a fishing field, but in order to get to the fishing field, it's still using diesel. So one thing that is being considered, well, what about shoving out the diesel and putting in some hydrogen, because it's diesel generators anyway, so you already have an electrical driveline. Also, there's a lot of interest in vessels for aquaculture support. That's both the actual ships that go around aquaculture pods and also the sort of hotel, they call it, the little houses that are floating on water that move around the fjords that are housing the workers for these aquaculture pods. We already have 3 people, 3 fishermen in Berlevåg who are interested and showed up at those workshops. One of them is especially active, and they already have prepared a proposal, so we're probably going to have a feasibility study during the autumn. So, and of course, there's a bunch of fishermen, the rest of the northern periphery, so if anyone is interested so take contact, and let's see if we can get something going together. Fast passenger ferries, that's another thing that is very positive for hydrogen as opposed to batteries. We have this shipyard, Brødrene. They have, since several years, expressed interest in hydrogen technology. They also are quite good at innovative ships. They have a number of battery-powered ships running in the fjords of Norway. That's very nice to feel like hovering above the water. Tourists like it a lot. And this would be similar. However, those boats, those battery-powered boats, are very slow. Well, they are made to transport tourists through the fjord, so they're slow so that the tourists can look at the fjord. But if you want something that has to transport people fast from A to B, then you need a lot of energy density, because the consumption goes with a cube of speed. So you need a lot of energy to be stored. The ferry between Kirkenes and Vadsø is a possible case, and the Finnmark County Council is looking, and they have a project running on this. And currently, there is no ferry, and people want to go from Kirkenes, which is on the Russian border, to Vadsø, which is the capital of Finnmark. They can take what is the second most ridiculous plane route in Norway, 38 kilometers. It's over the fjord, or you can take a very boring 2-hour car ride. And it's just 40 kilometers. You can take in about half an hour if you have a fast passenger boat that can do 40 knots. We barely missed EU financing. Unfortunately, there was a Horizon 2020 call that was a bit generic, so there were a lot of good proposals, and we missed by like 0.5. So we're going to try again. But that's one, of course, one of the very interesting applications we're looking at. Coastal Express, maybe, I don't know if there are any Germans in the room, because Germans certainly know about the Hurtigruten, because it's kind of a way to transport German tourists from Bergen all the way up to the Russian border. And it's very popular also for Dutch tourists, I think. And this initially was a way to move the mail across the coast. And the possibility of using hydrogen is very interesting because right now we have a lot of cruise ships entering the fjords and they are releasing a lot of pollution by using fuel oil. And this would be something very interesting for all of the coast, not just for Finnmark. Then, of course, you need a much larger infrastructure. We have a new company, Havila, that is going to take over 4 of, I think, 11 ships. They're actually building their 4 ships right now. They probably did not even expect to get this task. They probably just sent in the proposal, and then they were kind of surprised what got accepted. And now they're scrambling getting these ships. They're going to be fuel cell ready, but they do not have the time, the physical time to get the fuel cells in it. But we know they're interested and will be following up. This is going to be, however, farther out in time. They're going to start in 2021. Well, cars, of course, hydrogen cars, we've been talking on this for ages, but the production we have 1 ton per day is enough for 3,000 cars. As I told you, there's less than 1,000 people, including children, the elderly, and whoever is not supposed to be in a car. So it's not very realistic, but we could have some cars, it would have some lighthouse effect, it would be visible. And also, you maybe know that, as Jon Björn mentioned before, that there's a lot of electric cars in Norway, but that's mostly in the cities. In Finnmark, there's almost no electric cars because I also mentioned that between Berlevåg and the next town is 90 kilometers. So with most electric cars, you cannot go there and back. So it's not very practical. And that's why there are so few electric cars in Finnmark. But hydrogen cars can make all the way around Varanger on one fill. And if you always have the option of putting them on a ship because the ship is doing all the little villages. Regional buses, these are the kind of buses that go around in Varanger, the pretty small mini buses, and often they are on demand. So there's so few people there and the distance so large that you actually have to order the bus the day before. So there are no such mini buses running fuel cells. We know that Bosch have made a prototype, but it's just a very basic prototype to test the technology, and it can probably drive 40 kilometers an hour. It's not meant to be run on actual roads. But some of these routes are actually serviced by taxis because they're likely 3-4 passengers, so they manage to squeeze in a car. But we have also contacted the Jive project. They're looking for other demo sites, and we'll see, after the summer, we might hear from them. So we are given a few cases. Most interesting is the case of North Cape, where we have a lot of tourists during the season that are being taken from Honningsvåg, the northernmost city in the world, up to North Cape. And of course, there's a lot of traffic during summer, and that would be very visible for tourists. Snowmobiles, that would be great lighthouse potential. Not much hydrogen being consumed, but we do have contact with the VTT in Finland. They have done electric snowmobiles before. We contact with Aurora Powertrains. They have developed these battery snowmobiles, and they're very interested in having hydrogen. So right now we're looking for some financing, but we have confirmed interest from Nordkapp municipality, that is the North Cape tourist manager, so to say. Planes. There are some, there is always a very nice story about Norwegian Air Traffic Authority, Avinor. They're interested in electrical planes, and they've had this battery plane being tested, and they wanted the Minister of Transport to take a ride on this plane. Turned out the minister had to lose about 10 kilograms because there was a maximum payload that could not be exceeded, otherwise it would not take off. So, and again, that would be great for public health. If you cannot go on vacation unless you lose pounds, but that may not be very practical to get this kind of planes off the ground. More seriously, there have been some calculation by also by DLR in Germany that show that there is no way, even with the most optimistic battery development, battery technology development, that this kind of planes, as in the picture, can possibly take off with batteries and do their task as expected. This is not a random plane, that's a dash 8 of this company, Videro. They are absolutely critical for connection in Finnmark. They basically jump from one town to the next, and especially in winter, the best way to move around. And of course, the possibility of using hydrogen instead is something that we are looking into it. It's something that Avinor has been interested in, so has a Videro, the company, and we have ZeroAvia from the US who are also interested in starting. So at this point, we are in a dialogue with Enova, a funding agency in Norway, to see if we can get something off the ground, pun intended. So that was for the mobility. For the stationary, the most promising is Svalbard. Again, I said before that Berlevåg was the end of the world. This is another end of the world. It's actually a surprisingly large island on top of the world here. 79 degrees of latitude. There are actually more polar bears than people. Sometimes polar bears do eat people. They have about 2,000 inhabitants in this one town, Longyearbyen. They do not have a island-wide grid, of course. The grid is covering only the town. And currently they use a coal power plant. It's several decades old, and they're already considering how to replace it. And of course, Svalbard is the main world purveyor of pictures of polar bears sinking in the water on a small piece of ice. So it's important for Norway not to install fossil fuel there. It's on the political point. You have, if you cannot really go to America and say reduce your emission at the same time, the same place that the polar bears are sinking into the water, you are installing more fossil fuel. So it's not politically viable. There's in Oslo, they have been quite clear that they do not want to have the LNG that was suggested by a consulting company as the cheapest option. It is the cheapest option, but it's not that expensive either to install hydrogen or even batteries, for let's say. We have been considering hydrogen import. The study of this consulting company considered only local production of hydrogen. And the wind in Svalbard is not very reliable, but it is very reliable in Varanger. So we can produce hydrogen in Varanger, export it to Svalbard, and we solve it. It's also possible to make ammonia and use that as a fuel. That's one thing that Statkraft, energy company in Norway, is very interested in. And these are good because micro combined heat and power, that's an off-the-shelf technology. It's been around for quite some time, and you can pretty much order all the units you need and gradually introduce in the district heating and power system of Svalbard. Generators, we were considering to install some reserve capacity in Berlevåg. Now, let's see, I'm not sure it's clear enough, but this blue line here is the grid in Varanger, the main grid. And this branch here is the one going to Berlevåg. This is where our electrolyzer is. And this is a very exposed area, and in winter sometimes the storms simply break some poles. And then you have people in the middle of winter, middle of the polar night, that do not have any power. They get kind of cranky. So, the idea was to have a generator in Berlevåg to ameliorate the situation. But at the same time, they're going to have a new power line for the electrolyzers. So this is going to be kind of solved by itself. But still, we might sell hydrogen to private huts, to some other islanded areas for telecom infrastructure instead of going around with batteries or with diesel. That's also a possibility, but it's not the most promising one. For the industry, we have been in contact with a hybrid project in Sweden, and that's about producing steel without coal by using hydrogen as a reducing agent. There's a similar project financed by the EU, H2 Future, that's in Austria, but hybrid is close enough to us. We could have sold hydrogen to them at a competitive price, but it turned out that they're going to start their prototypes a bit later, in 2025-ish. and H2 future is way too far away for us to be relevant. But it is one of the possibilities in other parts of Europe. There is a mine in Finnmark, Sydvaranger Gruve. It's close to Kirkenes. They are they are considering reopening it, and one of hydrogen could be helpful in pre-processing of the ore, and also ammonia production. That's a hydrogen vector, but it's also as feedstock chemical that can be sold. So in conclusion, recapping everything and the applications, fishing boats and fast passenger ferries, we are already working on that. They look promising. The Coastal Express a bit farther out. Cars are good for visibility, but they're not going to be going to consume a lot of hydrogen. And that can also be put in for regional transport. Snowmobiles, we have battery snowmobiles that have to be retrofitted with hydrogen, so there's some work there for development, but it's not too difficult. Hydrogen planes, it's even farther out. It's a good perspective, but that's going to be at least 10 years from now. The best potential for stationary, that's Svalbard, and then we are pushing with them in order to get some contracts at some point. Then there are a number of other industrial uses for generators of civil mines that are not as realistic. But aquaculture is also one that is very interesting because apparently there is a lot of added value being able to export to America salmon from Norway and say that this salmon is 100% green. And apparently if you can do that, you can sell the whole foods, and apparently there's a 100% higher price, and apparently it pays for itself. First stage, we are preparing feasibility study for fishing boats. As mentioned, there are 3 interested fishermen in Berlevåg. Fast passenger ferry project, that's still looking for financing, but we have a good proposal in our pockets. We are looking for funding for a logistical infrastructure. We are probably, if we get the funding, that's going to be in autumn. Probably we have their own proposal for Svalbard. For snowmobiles, we might get a prototype by the end of next year. And we are also trying to convince Jive to send some of the buses to us. Yeah, that was pretty much the status. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, so since we are a bit tight in time, what we'll do is we'll skip the panel discussion now and go directly for coffee break. You are free to contact the speakers from before, and they will be also present in the last panel discussion so that we have complete. Yep. So thank you. Let's convene back at.
Can I just ask, is there another one of these attendance sheets around? I think 2 went around. There's 1 here. Maybe if someone finds it on their desk, they could just let one of us know.
And let's be back in 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this second session. We're going to continue this afternoon to hear more about case studies and examples of the use and the development of hydrogen in the different areas. I'd like to welcome or invite Dr. Pau Faras to join us. Pau has been a lecturer in inorganic chemistry here at NUIG Galway since 2015. His research focuses on renewable energy and in particular studying the study of light-driven reactions for the production of fuels and chemicals. Pau's currently coordinator of the Atlantic Area's funded SEAFUEL INTERREG Atlantic Area's project, which has 10 partners. He's also coordinator of another project, Solar 2 Chem. I'm not sure who the funding is from that, but as Pau will explain, he's got a lot of experience in working in this area, and I'd like to invite him to tell us about it now.
So, good afternoon again. So, I'm going to present now the project that I'm coordinating, SEAFUEL. SEAFUEL is an INTERREG Atlantic Area program, which means that basically is a project which is based on cooperation and innovation among regions in the Atlantic coast. SEAFUEL also means sustainable integration of renewable fuels in local transportation. And with this, we mean that basically we want to produce green fuels and use it in local fleets. Yeah. So the partners that we have in SEAFUEL, they cover the quadruple helix. So we have partners from academia, research and innovation, like NUI Galway, University of Liverpool, the European Centre for Marine Energy in Orkney Islands in Scotland, and also the Institute of Technology from Tenerife in Spain. We have also 4 partners from the industry. So we have Logan Energy, which is 4 partner, and they are delivering the refilling station. We have High Energy, consultancy on hydrogen with long experience on the field. And we have also 2 associate partners, Enagas in Spain and Hydrogen Green Power in UK, with various interest in using hydrogen, producing electrolyzers, using power to gas, for example, in Spain as well. We have also, as in HUGE, we have the participation of the civil society, which is represented by the Aran Islands Energy Co-op. We have also, as associate partners, local government. So we have Galway City Council and the Cabildo de Tenerife also involved, which will help into developing the policy frameworks that we need to implement hydrogen technologies. And at the end, we have also non-profit organizations like Action Renewables in Belfast, the Renewable Energy Association in Madeira, in Portugal, and the Agency of Energy in Tenerife, in Spain. So as you can see, we have partners in most of the regions in the Atlantic coast, and what we are targeting is basically tackling the common issues that we have in the Atlantic coast. So basically, some common issues that we have in the Atlantic regions is that there are a lot of isolated territories with a good number of islands, of course. They have large energy dependency. They have very expensive fuel and energy imports. And as an example, for example, in Tenerife, one of the partners, every year they are the government is spending almost €1 billion just for fuel imports. We are aiming also at small or medium-sized installations. So the similar problem as Federico in Norway was telling you before, that in some cases, the demand that you have in these islands is quite small. So there are 2 options. Either go for larger scale and do then export of the fuel, or you can target small to medium installations to make the regions self-sustainable. The only problem, of course, is that small to medium installations become more expensive. So there is more innovation and research to be done in this area. And in both of these cases, we have also bad grid connection, or in some cases, even no grid connection. Yeah? So these are common issues that we have in the Atlantic coast. And in As an example, and it will be something close to Galway, the Indian Islands, it happened 3 years ago, in which the underwater connection, the cable connection that was connecting to the Aran Islands was broken, and it appeared in the Irish Times and also in the Times in the UK that the islands were left powerless for a couple of months, well, a couple of weeks, and then they had to install generators. So definitely, there are some of these territories that they are very dependent on the imports from other regions. And with SEAFUEL, what we are trying to do is to tackle this issue. So the aims that we have in SEAFUEL are basically these 5. So it would be the use of renewable resources that are existing across the Atlantic coast, and these are mainly solar, wind, and marine. Yeah, of course, solar in Tenerife and in Madeira would be the best ones. Wind and marine in Ireland or in Scotland would be the preferred ones. And then use these renewable resources that are existing already to power a local fleet with zero carbon fuel like hydrogen. Yeah? And also, we have to see which is the viability of using hydrogen as an alternative fuel in these more smaller regions. And we need to develop a policy framework so that hydrogen can be used as an alternative fuel for each of these individual regions. And that's one of the things that is very relevant for the INTERREG program, because there are some of these regions that they have more advanced policy frameworks already in place, like we saw the examples of Iceland and Norway, and some others that they have basically nothing. Okay, so as part of the project, we're trying to build up not only a network within SEAFUEL, but also spreading our aim. And that's why one of the reasons of this seminar is also that SEAFUEL is also actively participating in this seminar, with the idea that we can share the knowledge and share the cooperation between the different regions. And the last point is one that you don't have to take into as an easy way, because it's something that's very important, and it's basically the study of the social acceptance of new technologies. Yeah? And we are also doing this in this project. So SEAFUEL is a 3-year project. We are now halfway, 1 year and a half. The budget is 3.6 million. And the reason of this more like higher budget is that because we will have also a small demonstration plan in the Canary Islands. I'm going to talk in 1 second. So basically, taking these aims, we have a series of objectives that will be tackled in different work packages. So the first one will be the technical objectives. It's basically building the pilot plant in the Canary Islands in Spain of producing hydrogen from solar energy and seawater, and I'm going to go back to this in a bit. We will replace part of the diesel-fueled cars that are already in use in one of the partners' facilities. We will study also how the electrolyzer is going to behave when you have a power intermittency. Okay, we are using solely solar energy to power the electrolyzer. So we're going to basically mimic the light and dark, the night and day cycles for the electrolyzer. And sometimes with these new technologies, it might be complicated to see which is the stability of the systems when they are powering on and off. And at the end also, on the more basic research side, we are going to study also the electrodes of the electrolyzers so that we can use less purity or less stringent purity for the water source that we use now for the electrolyzers, with the aim basically to reduce the overall cost of hydrogen that you're producing. The second point would be the economic. And in the economic, what we want to do is basically create business models for the pilot plant so that it can be exported into the other regions of the consortium, but also into other islands. We will have the feasibility study. So we are aware that with the size of the pilot plant that we have now, it's not going to be economically feasible, or too small, but we need to see which would be the minimum size that with the current technology is going to be feasible economically so that we can export it to other regions. And we will do in-depth case study on the EU locations within the partnership. So we will have the pilot plant in Tenerife, but also because we have the participation of Madeira and Portugal and the Aran Islands, we want to do a proper case study of how much hydrogen, where hydrogen can be produced in the islands, which is the best way to use the hydrogen in those places. The last point will be the societal and policy. So we will conduct surveys in each of these regions to study the citizen perception towards using hydrogen as an alternative fuel. We will also engage, and we have engaged already in some of the meetings that we have done so far, with local and regional stakeholders, because we aim to create a hydrogen cluster for the Atlantic area. And we will study also the legal framework to use own energy sources for fuel production. Yep. So in the technical work package, this is the island of Tenerife, and one of the partners, the Institute of Technology for Renewable Energies. It is located on the southwest part of the island, and these are the organization which is basically maintaining most of the solar farms in the island, in Tenerife. So they have vehicles, maintenance vehicles, they are using to go through all these dots that are in the map. And these are the solar farms, and they are using like Kangoo type of vehicles to move around the island, and all of them are diesel fuel. So the other reason why choosing this location and this partner is because on site, they have also already 30 megawatt of solar photovoltaics already installed. The whole facility is run using renewables. They have also on site 2 desalination plants that are also run through solar photovoltaics. So basically what we have already there is a source of potable water and renewable energy for free. Yeah? So within this work package, we'll have these 5 main activities, which is basically the assembly of the fueling station that will be done in Scotland with our partners, Logan Energy. We will install the fueling station in the Canary Islands. We will replace part of these diesel fuel vehicles that are in ITER, in the partner, with hydrogen-fueled vehicles. And we will have a whole data monitoring system with not only the refueling station, but also the cars, so that we can monitor how much CO2 savings are we getting out of this installation. And the last point would be this system analysis and improvement. So basically trying to improve the electrolyzers so we then need to use such a pure source of water. So this is a small scheme of the whole installation. So basically on site we have already the photovoltaics, and there are some wind farms, so we have a source of renewable energy. We will install the fueling station, and this is a small fueling station. We are targeting about 12 kilograms per day of hydrogen, considering the 8-hour per day operating time. But this is enough for the 3 or 4 vehicles that we are aiming to refuel for the project. We will have also some vehicles, and I'm going to talk a bit in a couple of slides about this. So basically, we have already identified the location of the fueling station. The fueling station is already designed, and it will be in place in November. And if everything works fine, in December, we'll start operation, and we'll start the production of hydrogen. So this is a self-contained sort of design in which everything is inside this box. Yeah? So you have the electrolyzer, you have the compressors, you have the tanks, and you have the dispenser. And you can just go with your vehicle next to the tank and refill your car. Yeah? The other thing that we have had issues since the beginning of the project is that, just skip for this one, so is in terms of the vehicles itself. Yeah? So since the beginning and before even starting the project, we've been in contact with the 2 main manufacturers of fuel cell vehicles, Hyundai and Toyota. And we've encountered the issue that they see Tenerife as a too small market. The investment that they have to put for the fueling stations, for the car manufacturers, and the maintenance of the cars is still too high for them to invest in a new market, in an isolated region. So basically what we had to come up is a way to have hydrogen fuel cars in Tenerife. So this is something that they've done already in other parts of Europe. So examples are, for example, in Paris. In Paris, there are a fleet of taxis that are running with a Renault Kangoo that is fueled with with hydrogen. But these are originally electric Kangoos in which they have added a fuel cell and a hydrogen tank to extend the range of the battery. Yeah? So in SEAFUEL, we're going to do something similar. So instead of Renault Kangoo, we are going to take a Nissan EMB, so it's also a van that is electric. And we are going to modify slightly the van with a fuel cell and a hydrogen tank so that we could extend the range, the mileage of the vehicles. But also something that was very important for Tenerife and for SEAFUEL is that some of the facilities that the maintenance crew have to go are up in the mountain. In some of the roads, battery electric vehicles are completely useless to get to these places. So we want to see how a range-extended or hydrogen fuel car can help the maintenance crew to reach these places and move around the island. So the other case is this in Work Package 5. It's basically the case studies of these other two special regions, the Aran Islands and Madeira. So there are some common issues. For example, in the Aran Islands, we are all aware here that most of the land is heritage protected. So there is a geographical constraint on how we can install new facilities in the island. So we are looking at ways to try to go over this. And also in Madeira, where they have also the island of Porto Santo, which has already a lot of wind farms and solar farms, which will be in a situation similar as in the case of Norway or the case of the Orkney Islands, in which they are producing more renewables that they can really use. So the case for the Aran, we've done some studies already, and these are the ferry lines that are going into Aran. Yeah? So why I'm putting the maritime application, basically because, I'll just skip this first. So as an average, during the year, about 44% of the total CO2 emissions on the islands are coming from the ferries. Yeah? This is the average. But if you go now to the islands, you will see that there is a non-stop of ferries, touristic ferries, that are going to the islands back and forth. So CO2 emissions in the summer might account for more than 80% of total CO2 emissions. Yeah? So there are a few reasons why we think that hydrogen for cars is not really an option for the islands because of the size of the island and other reasons. But there is definitely a huge interest of hydrogen for maritime applications in the Aran Islands. In the policy regulation, we've already done some preliminary studies, and we have collected regulations which have something to do on hydrogen in all the regions of the partnership. Yeah? And of relevance for Ireland, what we've seen is basically that there are targets from the government in which they want to set 40% share of renewables by 2020, with 12% on heating and 10% of transport. This is definitely not going to happen for 2020, and the government has already said that they have postponed the same targets, but for 2030 already. Yeah? Then there is also the fact that production of renewables is feasible in Ireland, and there is an increasing amount of wind energy that is produced, but the grid is not supporting all this incremental production of renewables. And there is something that is quite interesting to notice on the National Policy Framework for Alternative Fuels, which is basically that the government said that for post-2030, it is likely that hydrogen will have enough penetration into the entire fleet, and it will correlate with the decline of fossil fuel vehicles. Yeah? If we wait until 2030 to start working on hydrogen in Ireland, we are not going to get anywhere the targets that we need to have for 2050. Okay? So forget about these numbers. We need to start at 2020 already. Then the last bit would be the sustainability impact, and these are some recent studies that have been done also within the frame of the SEAFUEL project. So first, before doing anything, we did a literature review and basically looking at whatever is out there on public perceptions on hydrogen. And as you are all aware, Japan is one of the biggest pushing countries in the world on hydrogen technologies, and they've done many studies for the last 10, 15 years on public perceptions. Yeah? So this was an example of a paper that was published in 2017, in which they compare the different renewable energy sources. And you can see that for hydrogen, this was already in 2008, yeah? There was 20% of the people of the survey that knew about hydrogen, about 40 or almost 50% that they knew something about hydrogen, and still more than 35% that they had no idea about hydrogen. Okay? These numbers probably now they are completely different, considering that the Olympic Games next year are almost like the lighthouse of hydrogen technologies in the world, with the Olympic Games and Tokyo having a huge push on hydrogen. Okay? So these numbers will be completely different now in Japan, but we need to see which are these numbers in the regions of the Atlantic coast. Yeah? So what we've done is we started about a month ago a series of focus groups in Tenerife, and we targeted 3 different focus groups. One was locals, of course, so if you want to have filling stations and cars for the islands, you need to consider the locals. Okay? But what we considered, and is something that, as far as we are aware, nobody else have considered for hydrogen, we were targeting also the touristic sector. And one of the reasons was that basically in the Atlantic coast, most of the regions are basically, their economy is based on tourism. And Tenerife is one of the big examples of this. Okay, so Tenerife, last year, 4,500 million euro were coming from touristic sector. Okay, so about 75% of the island economy was coming from tourists. Okay? So what we've done is basically doing 2 focus groups, one targeting tourists and one targeting car hire companies. And our aim is basically to see if car hire companies, which they have already a huge fleet of vehicles, they are interested in adopting the technology, see which would be the best way to put the infrastructure in the island, and basically because it's a touristic island, just putting filling stations in the touristic places, it will probably be enough. With one of the main advantages, you can have green flag tourism. Tourists, when they are in tourism, they don't want to spend 30 hours in a filling station charging their electric vehicle, but they will be happy to have a hydrogen fuel car and refuel the car in 3 minutes. Yeah? So these are only preliminary results. We are hoping to have more once we have the plan already operation by the end of the year, and we will conduct also surveys on site with the hydrogen fuel vehicles as well. So with this, I'd like to thank you all, and we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for an interesting description of SEAFUEL project. I'm right in saying there's more information about SEAFUEL out in the concourse where we met earlier. So
there are some pamphlets as well.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Rafael Ortiz Amidia from the University of Cantabria, an industrial technology engineer. Rafael is currently undertaking his PhD on internal combustion engines fueled by hydrogen mixtures. He's also involved in the European project High Atlantic, and I would invite Rafael to tell us about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Alfredo Ortiz, who is the coordinator of the High Atlantic project, or Atlantic Network for Renewable Generation and Supply of Hydrogen to promote high energy efficiency. High Atlantic project belongs to INTERREG Atlantic Area, the same as SEAFUEL, and is focused on low carbon economy. The consortium composed 4 universities: the University of Cantabria, who is the coordinator or leader, the University of Porto, the Ulster University in Belfast, and Dublin City University. We also have 2 research institutes, the CNRS in France and the LNEG in Portugal, and 5 companies: 3 from UK, Ulenco, Auriga, and Pure Energy Center, a Silva Matos in Portugal, and Apria System from Spain, represented here by Esther Santos. The budget is about 2.5 million euros. We also have many associate partners of different associations or organizations. The main goal of the Atlantic project is to establish an excellent transnational network to advance the research and development of renewable hydrogen generation and recovery from industrial waste streams. Also, we want to have innovative and safe hydrogen storage systems and the competitive implementation of high-efficient and low-cost energy systems with fuel cells and internal combustion engines. These targets want to generate a positive socioeconomic impact in the Atlantic region to regional industries and society. The duration of the project is 3 years. It started on October 2017 and will finish on September 2020. Besides the 3 basic work packages, coordination, communication, and capitalization, there are 4 technical project work package, the previous I told before. Now I'll tell some examples of each one. Within the first work package, the University of Cantabria has done a study of the recovery of hydrogen from industrial waste streams, and this can be from captive industries, which hydrogen is used as raw material, but the installed capacity exceeds the internal consumption. Or it can come from byproduct industries, that the hydrogen is not used in chemical processes or any process, and wants to be used in more efficient fuel cell, internal combustion engines, or to manufacture high-value products. There is an estimation that the hydrogen losses in the European zone is around 900,000 tons of hydrogen per year, and in the Atlantic area, around 100,000 tons of hydrogen per year. The main industries that can be used for this are steel plants, which produce coke oven gas, mainly composed with hydrogen, around 50 and 60%, methane, and some carbon monoxide. The refineries produce methanol and syngas. Chloralkali has a very purity hydrogen, more than 99%, and from ammonia plants. There are different technologies to purify these waste streams, and can be membranes, pressure swing absorption, or cryogenic distillation. However, the last 2 ones are with high capital cost and energy consumption. Another way to recover hydrogen can be with photocatalysis. This is based on photoactive particles, such as titanium dioxide. When the light excites these particles suspended in the solution, an electron-hole pair is created, and the electrons combine with the solution, producing hydrogen and oxygen. This can be separated with membranes. It's an inexpensive, non-toxic, and chemically stable technology. However, there are some drawbacks, like high combination rate, difficult contact, and recovery. For improve this process, you can optimize the operational condition like pH or photocatalysis concentration, or use different materials like graphene oxide, platinum nanoparticles, which are more expensive. Another option is to produce hydrogen from renewable energies. For this reason, the University of Cantabria has bought an electrolyzer with a stack of 5 PEM cells or a single PEM cell to test different cells, membranes, and catalysts. These are some examples of the results on polarization curves and efficiency of different catalysts. On the other hand, the University of Porto has developed a CFD model of a PEM electrolyzer. First, a preliminary version, more simple, and now we'll develop a second version with a more realistic geometry, with the ratio mechanics included and more complete. Within the second work package, the Austin University, which is specialized in safety hydrogen, are doing many tests at different conditions, different fire attacks, and also developing a 3D CFD model to validate the experiments. They have patented an explosion-free composite tank for compressed hydrogen storage. The three layers are an inner layer that is impermeable to gas, but at a determined temperature, it becomes gas permeable, around 120 degrees. An intermediate layer, which bears all the pressure of the internal pressure, at least 700 bar, an outer layer, which is thermally protective, that lower the thermal conductivity of the intermediate one. When the vessel is attacked with fire, the outer layer reduces the degradation of the intermediate layer to withstand the internal pressure until the inner gets the determined temperature, 120 degrees. It melts, and then the gas can bend through the whole surface, and the pressure is reduced in a controlled and relatively safe manner. So there is no explosion. With the goal of innovative hydrogen storage, the University of Porto and LNEG are studying sodium borohydride chemical hydrate storage to be used in marine system and coastal infrastructure. They have developed the design of our reactor, and Asilva Mato has done the numeric simulation and has built up the reactor. The red things are the catalyst foam to enhance the conversion in the reaction. They can be put and extracted easily with baskets in the whole diameter of the reactor. Within the third work package, the Ulenco company are studying the implementation of diesel dual fuel engines, first in light commercial and heavy commercial trucks and vans with a conversion strategy, and we'll do the same with Cygnus ferry in the Orkney Islands. They are also testing a 100% hydrogen engine with 6-cylinder in their test laboratory to promote high performance and efficiencies and with low emissions. On our side, the University of Cantabria has set up a collaboration with Public University of Navarra in a Volkswagen Polo 1.4-liter spark ignition port fuel engine. Had been converted to work with hydrogen or methane or gases, and we've done some experiments with pure hydrogen, pure methane, and coke oven gas. Coke oven gas, as we said, has 57% of hydrogen, 30% of methane, 6% of carbon monoxide, and some inert gases. The first experiments have been done, and we can see the power performance is very good of coke oven gas. On the other hand, for fuel cells, Auriga has developed the UK's first fuel cell in Bristol and has been operated for hundreds of hours in all environmental conditions from freezing to above 30 degrees. Finally, in the last work package, Apria Systems, Esther, can you tell more about this, has done 2 surveys to review the state of knowledge on hydrogen risk, cost, and benefits in this area. One has been done to general public survey, and the other to stakeholders. For example, the perceived costs, risks, and benefits for hydrogen marine applications for the general public survey has been very positive. And for stakeholders, the expectations regarding the medium-term market implementations has been focused more on portable power generators, vehicles, and hydrogen refueling stations. They will also do a life cycle assessment of fuel cells for the implementation. To finish, I was just to invite you to International Summer School in Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technology in Portugal in 22 to 26 of June 2020, organized by Alexandra Pinto. It will be based on hydrogen fuel cells fundamentals, hydrogen production storage, devices and applications, mobility, advanced materials, modeling, safety, and life cycle assessment. These are all of the partners, so if you had any specific question, you can ask to anyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raphael. I was just going to say that the presentations will be made available to anyone that wants them at the end. Our earlier speakers highlighted some practical issues with going forward with the use of hydrogen, and it's great to see that some of these projects are starting to investigate and address those. Our next speaker is Paul McCormack from the Belfast Metropolitan College. Paul is currently managing a number of international projects, which include the GenCom project, that's seeking to address the barriers that prevent greater integration of renewables into our energy matrix. Paul is going to speak to us today about this project and about hydrogen use in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Folks, thanks very much today, and thanks to Pau for the invite. The president of the college said earlier, today what we will can be accomplished still. There's a saying in Irish, Ní le chéile, is no strength without unity. And some of the presentations you see here today, we're all working in the same field and we're all sharing information for the benefit of Ireland and the partner countries and ultimately of Europe. And that's what it's about. It's not about this is a precious, this is ours and that's not yours. And that's one of the things we want to highlight, because in some of the projects that we've worked on, we've used Pau and his excellence to actually benchmark some of the stuff, because he's removed from it but not too far away. So with James and DCU and all of the other partners, it's how we move forward together and how we have that unity. And a couple of other things that the President talked about, being distinctive and open. It's that openness that builds the strength, that builds that we all benefit from. Headlines from Northern Ireland, July 2019. It's nothing got to do, Pau, with 12th of July marching, which you took me away from. I'll never forgive you. But in all of that, and even so, all of the headlines, all you read about is Brexit. What's going to happen? I live right on the border and I couldn't give a damn about it. Because here's the headline that strikes there. Last week or 2 weeks ago, NHC Group, who's one of our core partners in the project, have announced an investment of $3 billion. Now, they didn't say $3 billion in Northern Ireland or $3 billion in the south of Ireland. They said $3 billion in Ireland. Now, for those of you that don't know, NHC is owned by a venture capital company headquartered in the US. And these boys don't make investments of $3 billion lightly, without doing their homework, without doing due diligence, and without ensuring that they're going to get at least 40% payback. That's the profit margin venture capital companies work on, especially the American venture capital companies. And if they're putting $3 billion into this market, they have done their homework. They're not taking it on a whim. They're not going out like the rest of us 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago, working on projects, pathfinding, being knocked back, but having the stupidity and the Irish stubbornness to come back again and keep knocking the door. And that's the real headline. The majority of that $3 billion is going into the renewable hydrogen that they're working on us with GenCom, which, for the purpose of Brexit, is going to be in Ulster, the north of this island. They don't see the difference, because they see the all-island energy market. They're investing in an energy market. They're not investing in a country. They're not investing in a generation. They're not investing in a nationality. They're investing in energy. And that's what today's talk is about, that. And that's where all of the energy, if you look at all the different projects that's been talked today and talk about later on, GenCom is about securing energy smart communities, delivering energy to those remote communities that traditionally are at the end of the supply chain. We now can disrupt that technology and put them at the start of the supply chain. We're working with Cormac in Energy Co-ops and the Valencia Island Energy Project. How can Valencia Island become energy self-sufficient? At the minute, they're at the end of a very long grid, and any time there's a storm, they're the first to be knocked out and the last to be switched back on. Communities can't survive like that, communities can't be stable like that, and if you wish to retain your generations and your people on the island, you need to give them that energy security. Be it any sort of renewable, solar, wind, bio, offshore, onshore, producing hydrogen as the energy vector gives that stability and that security, and that's what we're looking at in GenCom. All of our partners from across Northwest Eastern Europe, it's all different parts of the INTERREG model. We're just a different part of Europe, and that's the way they split it up. They're one of our most important partners. I'm here just because I like Galway, because we have one of the best partners in the project here, led by Dr. Rory Monaghan here in NUIG, and ARIA, who's developing the decision support tool, and Rory's going to talk just later on about that. Any project is only as good as its weakest partner and is better than its strongest partner. Go back to what I said earlier, it's the strength of that. And we're ensuring that Ireland and Europe is, in my own fashion, ahead of the renewable energy curve. Last year, in the partnership meeting in Galway, we had the minister then that launched the white paper on hydrogen as an energy vector, showing the opportunity for Ireland. And within the last 12 months, hydrogen is now on the government agenda, whereas 12 months ago it didn't even mention a line in the government agenda. You now have the government now looking at the opportunities, and it's looking beyond natural gas. And as was said earlier, it's not panacea, one size fits all. It's going to be the mix of renewables. The speaker earlier talked about the mix of fuels and the mix of need for the fuels. It's also going to be a mix of renewables to provide the solution that people need. All of our partners drawn across, and we said from Galway, but the case for storage, one of the things we're looking at, and this again comes from investment. We can talk about all the great projects you want, but unless you have a company willing to put money into it. Energia owns 8 or 9 wind farms and the 4 or 5 more in the pipeline. The biggest blockage to wind farms in the pipeline is grid connection. There are no more grid connections, especially in the north of the island. If we're able to show that hydrogen as an energy vector can be used to transport energy and store energy in a different format, you now open wind farms to non-grid connections. Energia were, up until 3 years ago, were getting paid whether they had the turbine on or off. Think of how ludicrous that model is now just 3 years later. Whether you put energy into the grid, you got paid, or whether you didn't put energy into the grid, you still got paid. Right? That model has changed in the last 3 years, and in one wind farm, Energia were going to lose £1 million a year. That's when the tipping balance for our project and a lot of other projects was reached. They saw an asset that they could switch off and they weren't getting paid for it. So any good economist, any good accountant, how to maximize the assets, and that's what they're looking at. Doesn't matter whether it was hydrogen, nitrogen, whatever it was, whatever project could give them to close that gap in their balance sheet. And that's what it comes down to. Any economist will tell you, how do you close the gap in the balance sheet? So when the turbines are turned off and not feeding the grid, they now can produce hydrogen as an alternative energy source, and an alternative energy vector that can be used for multiple uses. Electricity is quite limited. It can be transported, yes, but if we have hydrogen, it can be a fuel, it can be a heat, it can balance the grid, it can be used for ultimate different things. One of our partners, INSA, is looking at how to take hydrogen and bring it further down the value supply chain and use the methanation routes. I've talked about the energy carrier, how we get control of that network. How do you provide control to the remote communities? Without billions, you've told if they want to expand the grid and make sure the grid is future-proofed, they've got to spend billions. But why spend billions in infrastructure that's not going to be required? The definition of insanity is keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results. If you keep expanding the grid, you're going to narrow and narrow down a very narrow funnel where you only have one solution. If we look beyond the grid as a disruptive technology, and if you look around the room, we're all disruptors. Years ago, if your teacher had to give you that in the school report, you would have give you a clip around the ear that you've been very disruptive in class. But we're looking at technology now disrupting the energy models, disrupting the commercial model, and providing opportunity. That renewable opportunity provides all of the opportunities for, as we said, for remote communities, but also helps Europe meet their carbon footprint agreements. It meets the Paris Agreement 2015. It meets the government agreements. It's going to be announced today after the big vote. How can Europe be carbon neutral by 2050? It's going to be small steps. It's not like 50 years ago, one small step for man, one giant step for mankind, when the man stepped on the moon. This is a similar moment. How do we do it in small steps to make sure the energy security we can meet and the energy carriers we carry forward? Now, this hasn't been without pain. Roy will tell you and Power will tell you we have 2 or 3 other projects that have been knocked back because the people that are marking them, the people that are evaluating them, don't see the opportunity. So whilst I said we're ahead of the curve, but every time we do a bid, you're articulating the argument, you're producing the papers, you're producing the evidence that keeps moving the agenda forward and keeps pushing it forward. The energy challenges, the breakdown of wind and curtailment, and the curtailment there in the UK and Germany. Importantly, we reach curtailment here, whereas the Germans can sell their energy, pay the Austrians to take their energy. It's a different energy market in Europe. So it comes back to what I'm saying earlier, it's not one size fits all. What suits Ireland may not suit the French, or the Germans, or the Dutch. But importantly, we have an opportunity to be a net exporter of energy. How can the island become carbon neutral and become energy secure? And instead of taking the energy connector from east to west, can we be the energy connector from west to east? Look at the offshore potential we have, look at the onshore potential we have, look at the energy sources we have. The GenCom value chain is there for you in a pictorial issue. The management, the communication at the top, but importantly, the 3 pilots are down your right-hand side. The bio-to-hydrogen is in Stornoway by Pure Energy. The sub-route there is the methanation the French are looking at. The next one is the solar to hydrogen in Germany, and the big one is the wind to hydrogen in Ulster. We're looking at 3 different scales of hydrogen, 3 different technologies, but also multiple uses. From balancing the grid, producing energy for industry, producing transport, and then also for storage. So we're looking at how we balance that, and Rory then is going to come the back end, define and delivers the decision support tool, how people make smart decisions. The GenCom pilot plants, there's the wind to hydrogen in Ulster. Then we have the German pilot plant, the solar to hydrogen for the transport, and the Scottish plant is the bio to hydrogen. Why is energy storage important? This is Energy's own slide. Why is it important to them? And they can put up all of the different opportunities, how they can be able to balance the grid by using storage, but importantly, the bottom line there is at minimum generation, curtailment could be significant. And they're going to get 40% from renewables by 2020. Behind that slide, it comes down to dollars, pound signs, euro signs, yen, whatever you want to put it. They're making an investment, and that investment we put up at the start is $3 billion. That $3 billion is based on their internal information, what they provide to us as part of the project. Their investors are getting a return on their 40%. That's the work package I3, is the Energia plant. Planning permission has delayed the project up to 12 months. We finally got planning permission 2 weeks ago. We're now going to move ahead with that. And one of the things the planning permission is putting the electrolyzer on site on a current wind farm to match the curtailment. Because again, you're in territory where the planners have no blueprint for. They're moving the first. And we're no different here. The Germans are exactly the same, putting a solar to hydrogen plant for the refueling in Germany. So you've got to bring all of the public authorities with you, and information is key. It's the same as today, sharing the information and communication. It's not the technology that's going to succeed. Communication is going to be the best driver. The wind to storage and then transporting the container tubes. That's the Viridian plant there in one schematic, where they're taking the curtailed wind from 12 turbines, 28 megawatts, through the control algorithms, balancing the grid or taking input from the grid as well, and then bottom right-hand side, transporting it in containers to meet the transport demands. The locations, and there's the balancing grid there. Going backward, no. GenCom deliverables. Hydrogen makes sense for any community, but how do you make it happen? How do you balance it? It's making sure that the energy demands and the decision support tool provide the information that you need. What do you need from the right-hand side of that to meet your energy demand if you're a remote community? Current hydrogen, global hydrogen demand, from hydrogen to electricity, coal, oil and gas. Brown hydrogen, blue hydrogen, green hydrogen. When we talk about our hydrogen, we talk about green hydrogen because it's coming from renewables. It is a zero carbon footprint. Therefore, we believe it should command a higher premium than ordinary hydrogen. But that's an argument for another day with the legislators in different countries. But you can see the difference. There's different types, there are different opportunities, different moves. The opportunities there on commercial, that's it in one slide, from space travel the whole way right down to shipping. An opportunity there for using your hydrogen as a vector. And if you look across, the passenger cars may never meet it because the batteries and the electric may meet that. But on the heavier transport and the buses, that's where the opportunity is. That's where we see the opportunity, and that's where Energy see the opportunity, specifically in Belfast. There's an opportunity for them now and have the funding to replace the diesel buses in Belfast. They've done the case study with their hydrogen mobility partners. That's the hydrogen production and the opportunities. And there's the two radius where the buses they could meet demand with supply. So one doesn't outstrip the other. And then you're going to end up with 3 buses in Belfast. Has yet to be announced, but under JIVE 2, there's buses now planned for Belfast, built by Wright Bus in Ballymena, to go on 3 pilot journeys or 3 pilot radiuses in Belfast. Wright Bus also have announced last month a partnership so they can now be Tier 1 suppliers. To date, they were never there, but they've built now through partnerships with others. They're now going to be able to be Tier 1. They've announced last week 14 buses to Aberdeen and 20 buses to London. It's their double-decker bus, the commercial bus with the fuel cell hydrogen in it. The partner, the German partners bought the Toyota Mariva, but seeing the Toyotas here, there are other hydrogen cars available. They're good Hyundais, are they, Mark? If you replace 10% of diesel buses, where do you source the hydrogen? There's the opportunity in Europe. So we've taken our model with the partners in France and Germany and Belgium and now taken the model across. And that's the sources meeting the transport. And that maps all your main centres of transport demand, all your main centres of opportunity. After that, you're 250 kilometres for 40 buses, Berlin, 200 kilometres for 110 buses. Smart H2 is the next project we're moving on to. When we're looking at the hydrogen, we're looking at green hydrogen, looking for other uses beyond mobility, for more mature electricity technologies, hydrogen supply, hydrogen applications in different markets. We're working with other companies, including Bosch, how they can use hydrogen to reduce their carbon footprint, specifically in their steel hardening process, which is very carbon CO2 intensive at the minute. How do they replace that? And by working, again, it comes back, if you have a commercial partner that sees a commercial need, they will invest. They'll have done their due diligence, but it helps move the project forward and gets you life in the project. Our project structure is there, again, the decision support tool at the centre of everything, and the package is built around it. In one infographic drawn up by our German partners, that's it, our vision is 2030, sector coupling renewables and transport, and including all of the smart industry, smart storage, smart fuel, and smart transport built into that. We can get to there, it's further down the road, but the opportunities are there, and the pathways, importantly, have been mapped out for that. There are all commercial routes there to make sure that stacks up. Mobility initiatives. Currently, there are 200 hydrogen fueling stations globally. 2020, there's 65. When the UK, by 2030, will go to 150. Germany's 45 going to 400. France is 15 going to 139. Italy's 20 going to 187. And Scandinavia's 10 going to 50. Those are the current projections. And if you look at the major growth is in the German model there. They're already looking at hydrogen-forward trains and other hydrogen transport opportunities. In conclusion, GenCom is part of a wider Northwest Europe energy solution. It's a European solution. We're part of the new energy revolution. Ourselves and our partners are helping shape the energy future. Opportunity for hydrogen as an energy carrier has to be explored further. It's not just transport, not just mobility. What else can it do? Diesel buses potentially be replaced by electric and hydrogen buses. And hydrogen play an important role to increase energy security, resilience in renewable-rich, energy-remote communities. Folks, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Paul, for very positively highlighting the opportunities to match supply and demand. Our next speaker is Dr. Rory Monaghan from NUI Galway. Rory's a lecturer in energy engineering here and is going to follow on from Paul to give us some case studies and some good examples. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So I'm going to be talking about my work as part of the GenCom project that Paul gave an overview to. So my work within GenCom is developing or giving the final deliverables of the project, which are a decision support tool that we're calling Smart H2Go, and a network of potentially interested hydrogen stakeholders called the Community Hydrogen Forum. So I'm going to describe what Smart H2Go is. Since you've been good enough to come here to Galway, I'm going to use it to conduct a sort of a thought experiment for Galway if we were to use some curtailed wind from Ireland's largest wind farm, which is located just outside the city here. And give you some information on the Community Hydrogen Forum and what some next steps are if you're interested in engaging with that. And that doesn't work. Okay. All right. So just to recap on what Paul said about GenCom, the main deliverables of GenCom are the decision support tool, Smart H2Go, and the Community Hydrogen Forum. And what these two deliverables are kind of linked. We have an issue with hydrogen that's been described by a few people as being the chicken and egg problem, that without demand for hydrogen, it's hard to build up a supply infrastructure, but without supply infrastructure, you won't get people to demand it. So the decision support tool is an attempt to link those two kind of disparate groups together to and link up different suppliers potentially as well. And we're doing this essentially through information. Then from that, what are the next steps? If people are interested in getting into hydrogen, and they're not familiar with it, what are the next steps for them? And that's where the Community Hydrogen Forum comes in. So I'm going to show a case study. So I just want to kind of frame the case study first before I dive into telling you what the decision support tool is all about. But the framing of the case study is, can we use, I'm just using the term wasted wind energy. What I'm really talking about here is curtailed and constrained energy. So this is energy that doesn't make it to the grid, that has the potential to be generated, but doesn't make it onto the grid. Can we use that from the 174 megawatt Galway wind park to fuel Galway's bus network? And the little map on the bottom there, that's just showing it's approximately 35 kilometres from the centre of Galway here at the docks up to the Galway wind park. If you have spare time on your visit to Galway, it's absolutely beautiful up there. And I see the park manager is at the very back there, John O'Sullivan, and he's always more than happy to give people a tour of the farm. So how does the kind of a general overview of what we're trying to achieve with the decision support tool? Well, we come at it from a kind of a bottom-up approach. For this case, we're looking at buses. So we're going to look at what's the annual hydrogen demand for a bus. We'll look at that briefly. A lot of people in the room will have a figure for that. We can work out a total demand. Then we need to work out what the total potential supply of hydrogen is. And we do that by looking at the statistics of curtailed wind that we have. We've made some tools that can help us sort of aggregate that over a large number of wind farms. And we can come up with optimized electrolyzer sizes if we're looking primarily at using curtailed energy. And we can come up with a total hydrogen supply. We can then use mapping software. We use GIS software to develop the supply chain. And we have a submodel that deals with the transportation aspects of hydrogen as well. So everything that we're going to talk about today and the decision support tool to date, we're about 2 years into a 3-year project at this point. So this is all still work in progress. Everything that we're looking at to date deals with onshore wind and deals with urban bus fleets to date. And the supply chain, the hydrogen supply chain, is all assumed to be high pressure tube trailers. Okay, so how it works slightly on a more technical level. We've got input. Well, the colors don't look so great there, apologies. Got input, we've got a technical model, we have an economics model, we have some techno-economic inputs, and we have a transport model. And this is going to give us a levelized cost of hydrogen. So the specific inputs that we need for any user of the tool, what we look for is the percentage of wind that is curtailed Okay, we're using the DD term here, the dispatch down term, but the wind curtailment percentage, the capacity factor of the wind farm, and the overall capacity in megawatts of the wind farm. With that information, we can move to the sizing of the electrolyzer. Now, I'm not going to go into all the details of that here, but I'd be very happy to bore people to death with how we do that. But we can size an electrolyzer. We use the term optimum here. We think it's a pretty good way of sizing it. We try and trade off the need to maximize it, to capture more of that curtailed energy, but also keep the size of it down so it's not sitting idle in these periods where the wind isn't being constrained. And then we can require, we can examine then how much water is required and how much additional electricity from the grid is needed to maintain baseline operation of the electrolyzer, and also if we want to top up the running of the electrolyzer with grid electricity. We can calculate with our economic parameters that we get, this is the nice thing about being in GenCom, we've got a huge network of partners here who are hydrogen technology suppliers. So we think we've got some good numbers on the techno-economics of hydrogen. We can come up with our economic figures and get our levelized cost of hydrogen, LCOH. We can then, using our GIS, linking between supply side and demand side, we can get the LCOH, including transport. Okay, I won't dwell on that. So just a note on the demand. Galway, I was surprised to see it was so few. 36 state-operated buses, so Bus Éireann is the state bus company. They operate 36 buses in the city. City Direct, which is a private operator, operates an additional 20. So this is like literature figures on diesel consumption rates. These may not apply exactly to Galway, but this is our thought experiment here. So total diesel demand for the network of about 2 million litres a year for the Galway bus network. If we were to convert these buses to hydrogen using state-of-the-art commercially available hydrogen buses manufactured in Northern Ireland by Wrightbus, we're looking at a total hydrogen demand, if we were to switch over the whole network, to about 400 tonnes per year. Yeah, 400 tonnes per year. Now, this is just showing our, this was something that Paul showed already. This is our dispatch down volumes available throughout Ireland on the left-hand side, and our dispatch down percentages across Ireland. So we're between about 5 and 6% of the wind energy that we generate in Ireland never makes it to the grid. And the projections are showing that could stay constant over the next 5 years, or it could double, triple, possibly, or over the next 5 years. So the scenarios that we're going to look at in the results that I show you, we're going to see 3 sets of results for the decision support tool. One set of results is when we only used curtailed electricity to produce our hydrogen. This has got the advantage of, it's totally green, indisputably green electricity, or green electricity, therefore green hydrogen. It's got no impact on the wind farm output, and we can use, since the electricity is all curtailed, the electricity is very, very low cost. Its disadvantages, we're going to see that this has got an extremely low capacity factor for the electrolyzer. The electrolyzer is essentially sitting idle the majority of the time. Second scenario then is we use curtailed electricity plus output from the wind farm to keep its capacity factor up. So it's still green electricity, green hydrogen, it's still low capacity factor, and it does now have an impact on the output of the wind farm. Oops. And let me go back. And then the final scenario is if we use curtailed electricity, used output, and also purchase grid electricity to keep the electrolyzer running at its maximum. We've got a nice high capacity factor, but we now have a mix of green and grey hydrogen. And this is really where some of the other EU-funded projects on certification methods for renewable hydrogen start to become very important, because our electricity source is now mixed. How can we separate out the green from the grey hydrogen in that case? So in all of these cases, we're using a high and a low electricity price. The low, a price that our electrolyzer system will pay for electricity, 0 cents in the low case and 8 cents in the high case. So we'll be just bounding our problem here. So first of all, let's look at production, just raw production at the moment. So the red line is what our hydrogen demand for buses in Galway is currently. This is our 390 tonnes per year. So if we're only capturing curtailed electricity using what we view as an optimally sized electrolyzer, which is slightly over 20 megawatts, we are producing significant excess to what's needed to run the Galway bus network. If we were trying to get the electrolyzer capacity factor up by using the additional energy from the farm and get it up further from additional energy to the grid, you can see that there's huge overcapacity there. So this wind farm has got the capacity to deliver a lot of hydrogen, more than what the Galway public transport system needs. So if we were to, if we were to say, well, okay, we don't want to oversize this electrolyzer, let's just size the electrolyzer for each of these cases such that we're producing what the bus system needs. You can see we need much smaller electrolyzers. So for curtailed only, an 8 megawatt electrolyzer. For using the curtailed and the wind farm's output, 3.5 megawatts. And for using the grid supplied electricity as well as the wind farm output, 2.5 megawatts. And this is because it's smaller here because we've got a more constant supply. It needs to be bigger here because we have to absorb some of the peaks of curtailed output that are available. In terms of costs then, and I'm conscious of time at the moment, so in terms of our costs, this is our projections for levelized cost of hydrogen production and delivery to the bus fueling depot in Galway docks. So for curtailed only, we see the highest costs in the range of about 16 to 21 euros per kilogram. And again, recall that this is to do with the low capacity factor of the electrolyzer. You'll see that the range here this is the 0 cents electricity and this is the 8 cents per kilowatt hour electricity. So there is obviously an effect of the cost of electricity, but it's not the dominating factor here. This is where we use output from curtailment and the wind farm itself, and then we get our lowest cost of around 13 to 16 euros per kilogram when we maximize the operation run hours of the electrolyzer. In terms then of, so that was hydrogen production. In terms then of how much it costs to operate a bus, if you're a bus operator, you don't particularly care about how much the hydrogen costs, you're interested in operating costs. Well, this is the operating cost expressed per kilometre for a diesel bus, and then for our 3 hydrogen supply options. So you'll see that we're starting off at about 65% higher than diesel operating costs, coming down to about 55% above diesel operating costs. So some conclusions of this. Well, I've gone through these. I've gone through these before. We're starting off with if we use curtailed electricity only, we're in the 16 to 21 euro per kg range for providing hydrogen to the bus filling station. If we run the electrolyzer 24/7, essentially, we're getting it down to about 13 to 16 kg, but we're still above the operating cost of a diesel bus. Now, in terms of next steps, if what you've seen is interesting, and if you're outside of the hydrogen industry and looking to learn more about it, as part of GenCom, we'll be setting up the Community Hydrogen Forum, which will be, in the first instance, for stakeholders across Northwest Europe, because that's the GenCom funding area that we're in, but we intend to open this up to people across Europe. It will be launched in Dublin on the 21st of October. Please contact me if you're interested in coming along to this. It'll be a totally open event, and we'll hopefully get to, there'll be an online version of what I've displayed here, and hopefully you'll learn something and you'll be able to tell us what you're interested in doing. So thanks very much.
Many thanks, Rory. Our next speaker, we're moving to a different type of transport from one sort of mobility to another. Mark Teven is currently Strategy, Innovation and Corporate Affairs Director with Toyota Ireland, so he's well embedded in research and development. He's been Director of Toyota Ireland for over 20 years and is currently the Chair of Hydrogen Mobility Ireland, which I think Mark's going to tell us a little bit more about. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Good afternoon, everybody. And I suppose there have been a lot of very broad topics covered today. I want to bring it back to something pretty narrow, which is how to kickstart hydrogen fuel cell transport in Ireland. Obviously a very specific topic, but we feel that if we can kickstart hydrogen mobility in Ireland, we actually possibly end up kickstarting hydrogen economy in a wider sense. So this is specifically out of a project called Hydrogen Mobility Ireland, which was started at the end of last year. And I think there are 2 points that are important out of it and they keep coming back in our conversations around this thing. And one of them is timing and the importance of timing for everything. And the other thing is about focused collaboration. There's been a lot of talk about all the various partners in the various projects, and one of the key pieces of this is how do all the disparate partners collaborate successfully together. And I think those are the 2 pieces of this project that are the most interesting, the timing and the focused collaboration that we're trying to pull together. And actually talking about timing, if you allow me to divert for a second, there's a little bit of serendipity in me being here today. In that a couple of weeks ago, one of my kids finished her chemistry degree here in NUIG in Powell's department, although we've never met before. So a little bit of serendipity. If I can. So just a little bit of background of how it came together, because I think it's worthwhile, because also what we have to plan is how we go from here on in terms of what we're going to deliver, what our mission is, the context, some early thoughts. We're more than halfway through a 6-month strategy development phase, but we're not finished yet. So we have some early thoughts. And then if I have time, a little bit of stuff about hydrogen vehicles that are coming from various manufacturers. So there's a lot going on, as you know, in hydrogen transport, fuel cell transport, in various different types of transport. Federico mentioned DLR, Deutsche Aerospace, and that's a 2-seater fuel cell airplane that they have, obviously trains, buses, and there's a lot happening all around Europe, in other parts of the world, Asia in particular, as well. There's a global hydrogen council made up of many big companies across different parts of industry. At the last count, I think there were 8 vehicle manufacturers involved in it. Actually, 9 if you count Airbus as a vehicle manufacturer. They've recently joined. So there's a lot happening with hydrogen. And last September, we got together with a company called Element Energy, who are specialist advisors on low-carbon energy, and started wondering how could we pull together a project to make things happen here. Element Energy have been operating in the sector for quite a number of years. They coordinate a number of the big European projects, and they have worked in France, Germany, Scandinavia, the UK. So what we came up with was initially a 2-part project. First part we kick-started with Element Energy, and we were reaching out to different potential partners and collaborators to see how could we pull together a scope of works, and also talk to, from the commercial side through to the policy-making side. We felt it was very important to do that. We allowed ourselves a few months to do that, and then we were setting out on a 6-month strategy build-up process. Our program. While we're doing the strategy development, we also expect to determine what the shape of a near-term deployment project will be like. So we're not just intending to deliver the strategy of how this should look. We also want to deliver how we should do it and actually identify partners who'd be interested to go and do that. Again, timing is very important because the timing is the coordination, back to the chicken and egg thing that's been mentioned. How do you create hydrogen refueling infrastructure and produce fuel cell vehicles in the country at the same time, or introduce them at the same time. So by the end of last year, we had formed this organization. We'd set up meetings at the end of last year, beginning of this year. And by February, we had an organization with 11 industrial and 4 policy stakeholders who had committed. It was based on initially a concept paper that was turned into a terms of reference, and it's all pulled together by a confidentiality agreement that we've all signed up to. And timing again, illustration of timing being important, I've become aware recently, but I wasn't at this time, back in September 2008, under the Austrian presidency, the EU signed up a hydrogen initiative, and a bit of serendipity, Ireland has signed up to it last September while we were doing this, unknowns to us. So, lots of places, a lot of people are looking obviously at hydrogen. And these are the industrial members of Hydrogen Mobility Ireland Consortium. And as you can see, they are across various different parts of the potential hydrogen production and use chain, and which is what we intended and wanted to happen. They're all, I would say, successful commercial companies. And while I've said at the beginning, our intention is to kickstart hydrogen mobility, I think it'd be fair to say our ambitions go beyond that. Our ambitions are to scale hydrogen mobility. But of course, we have to start it first before we can think about doing that. The policy stakeholders involved are the Department of Transport, Tourism and Sport, the Department of Communications, Climate Action and the Environment, the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, and very importantly, the Department of Infrastructure in Northern Ireland. And associated part of the group, we have Dr. James Carton representing Hydrogen Ireland Association, James from DCU, who I think will be up next, and is involved in a broad area of hydrogen, not specifically mobility, and Paul, who's just been speaking a few minutes ago, representing the GenCom project. And this is what we set as the mission of Hydrogen Mobility Ireland. So we aim to develop and oversee the implementation of a strategy to introduce the use of hydrogen for mobility in Ireland. And we are talking about mass market introduction of these vehicles and contributing on a meaningful level to Ireland's transport mix. 3 specific aims: create the conditions to facilitate the production of low-carbon hydrogen for use in transport, facilitate the rolling out of refueling infrastructure, and enable the introduction of fuel cell transport across various vehicle categories. And it's very important to say that we're working hard to make sure this is all-Ireland cooperation. It's a Republic of Ireland-focused initiative, but with connections to various Northern Ireland elements. Particularly what we want to do is make sure there is no barrier to the creation of an all-Ireland hydrogen market. And again, back to timing. Reports keep landing on my desk. It's all about hydrogen all over Europe as well as other parts of the world. And it does seem really the case that there have been a lot of false dawns with hydrogen. And that's really good from our point of view because we can benefit from the learnings of what to do, but more particularly what not to do that have happened in other countries. And I think that's very important. And maybe more important then is China. China's always that big behemoth, can make things happen, and a lot of commentators credit China with really making battery electric cars happen in a big scaled way that we haven't seen probably here yet in a huge way. And hydrogen has very recently turned its attention to fuel cell technology. And we think this could be also very important to move things on. So I won't go into vehicles a whole lot. There's a lot of people in the room who know plenty about hydrogen, but just briefly to talk about the benefits of fuel cells. Fast refuelings, around 3 minutes for a car. Long range, the Hyundai Nexo is a range of over 650 kilometers in one refuel. That's the longest range of a car currently in terms of hydrogen, which therefore means that the use case for the customer, the owner, has no real compromise. There are obviously no air pollutant emissions. It can be a pathway to complete decarbonisation, and it will allow, importantly, integration of intermittent renewables, a lot of what we've heard about today. Where we think hydrogen will work earliest and easiest, long-range rapid refueling customers, where a long range between refueling is required, for example, taxis, heavy-duty users able to meet operational needs of trucks, buses, rapid response vehicles, users that have to have a vehicle that can go any distance at any time, for example, police. It's important to say that if I want to back it to talk just briefly from a manufacturer point of view, we are very committed in Toyota to the full decarbonisation of transport, and we've set out very specific goals for that back in 2015, and we don't believe there's a silver bullet. We don't see hydrogen as a silver bullet. We don't see battery electric as a silver bullet. We think there will be a range of technologies that will suit different use cases, and also that will probably blend across each other as well in order to get to full decarbonisation. Sorry, I think that's effectively what I was saying there. I think in relation to that, this is a relevant slide. This is produced, I don't know if you can read it clearly there, by Toyota, Hyundai, and Daimler, contributing towards the Hydrogen Council. And basically what that is saying is that the heavier the vehicle and the longer the distance of travel, the more suitable for hydrogen. So the area in yellow there is the fuel cell transport that we see as becoming really important in terms of delivering decarbonisation across that broad mix. They are already deployed around the world in all different vehicle segments, but in small numbers. And there's the challenge. How do we get to commercialization? So this is a sort of tentative chart of when vehicles might become commercially competitive. It refers to hydrogen transport modes which are competitive with other forms of low or zero carbon transport. They may still have a TCO or total cost of ownership premium compared to conventional drivetrains. Just to refer there to the cars piece maybe, John mentioned earlier aspiration that maybe hydrogen fuel cell cars will become price competitive with regular cars, diesel cars, let's say in 2022-23. We see it as 25-26. Around then, we expect our fuel cell cars to be competitive, cost competitive with our current petrol electric hybrid cars. They have a small premium over petrol or diesel cars. We see mid next decade, which is not very far away in terms of car production. We're currently at the first generation of Mirai. The second generation will be introduced at the end of next year, and third generation will be mid next decade. So we're expecting third generation to be cost competitive with petrol electric hybrid cars. That's just to illustrate the way that cost reduction curve has come back from the early experiments in 2008. And obviously there's lots more potential in that. But what's also going to drive this is the bigger economies. And this is again a case of timing and where we can take advantage of timing. Each of those three economies, China, Japan, and the USA, are aiming to have broadly 1 million fuel cell vehicles on the road in 2030. And that's only 11 years away. Obviously, that's a very short range of time in terms of changing millions of vehicles. But that's what they're all targeting to do. America is probably more specifically California, and there are over 6,500 fuel cells vehicles in California at the moment. Europe, just a couple of things on what's happening in Europe. So there's not that much deployment in Europe, but the Mirai is on sale at the moment in 8 markets in Europe. When I say it's on sale in very limited quantities. It's a very expensive car. It's being sold to specialist customers, and there's limited fueling stations available. But we're at the stage where the ramp up is going to speed up very quickly now. Germany is probably in the lead, and Germany has set out, I think, to take a lead in this, and they have very ambitious plans about building refueling stations. Some of the learnings that we've taken in from other countries in the group, high volume, maybe this speaks for itself, reduces infrastructure costs. Let's not build tiny little stations. Let's build bigger stations that have potential to do more volume. We don't need to do technology trials. They've been done elsewhere. The technology is proven. It's still maturing, but it is proven. And progress that other countries are making is going to reduce costs for us. Again, back to timing. This is a really important one. Early demand. So I visited stations in Germany where they've been ambitious in building stations, and they have, it's a little bit like the EV situation here, where they've quite a few chargers and very few vehicles. So I've visited fueling stations in Germany where there have been a couple of hydrogen pumps on a big forecourt and maybe 3 or 4 customers. And what they've gone for is a proliferation of stations, small capacity stations. We want to do something slightly different, and what we think can happen is if we have a captive fleet, by captive fleet I mean tied to a specific area, and we produce refueling in that area for that specific fleet or a group of fleets. That might be how we start this and kickstart it, rather than trying to be national at the beginning. And another one is that heavy-duty vehicles use a lot more hydrogen than cars, and therefore a way to stimulate demand for hydrogen and make it feasible to build a hydrogen refueling station is to focus on heavy vehicles at the beginning. I just have an illustration of that there. So if we went for a medium-sized refueling station, let's say 400 kilograms a day, to avoid the ultra-small station, to use the daily capacity would require 800 cars. But that capacity could be met with 200 taxis or 20 buses. So that's about focusing on the point, illustrating the point about focusing on heavy-duty vehicles. And clusters improve confidence. So one of the things we got to get across when we're trying to commercialize this is get customers to be happy to invest their own money, our hard-earned money, in buying a car that's a new technology. If they see one station in their area, is that going to inspire confidence? We would say they need to see a cluster of 3 stations anyway in their area to have confidence. Not just confidence that fueling is available in a variety of different places, but also that there's backup refueling. Stations go down. You can't have a situation where there is no fuel for your daily driving car or vehicle. And another point on that, it's not on the slide, but in terms of stations, we think it's very important to build in redundancy, and we would aim to have N+1 redundancy across all the equipment in any stations that are introduced, particularly if you go back to the point of the heavy-duty vehicles, and as part of that we target buses, and obviously there is fuel cell bus manufacturing by quite a number of different manufacturers at this stage. Buses' metric for their, usually their local authority overseers is customer service. The bus must arrive on time and bring the customer. So N+1 redundancy in refueling is absolutely essential to give that type of client the certainty that they can go with this technology. This is what we see as timing. Some of these, what I'm putting down here is tentative. We've a lot more work done than this. Some of it is quite confidential, and it's not worked out to the nth degree where we're not in a position to report on it yet. But to give you an insight of things we're thinking about timing, oh, sorry, I've gone the wrong way there. So from now until November, till 2021, a demonstration phase. We want to demystify the technology, so get a small number of vehicles in, but really it's about planning and preparing for the next phase and start the construction of the first cluster and of production sites. We also need to have government confirm what level of support they're prepared to provide to do this, so that in 2023, the first hydrogen refueling station cluster should open. So even if we want to do this today, even if everybody in the room is prepared to put up significant funding to do this, consenting takes time, design and development takes time, regulation takes time. So we see 22, 23 as when we can realistically target to have a cluster of hydrogen refueling stations open and therefore deploy first captive fleets. And we would expect the government to be alongside us, introducing subsidies and tax exemptions for those at the same time. And then we'd go from there for a wider rollout with additional HRS clusters in all major towns and cities and along connecting roads, at different vehicle segments, and hydrogen production would ramp up then to meet demand. And from 2030 onwards, we see hydrogen established as a major transport fuel. Fuel cells become mass market vehicles. There's no point deluding ourselves. It's going to take us that period to get to the situation where we're in a mass market regular customer supply situation. And we're going to have to keep pushing through the first few phases to get to that situation. And a point that a speaker mentioned earlier is we've got to start now so that in 2030 we're contributing in a significant way to decarbonisation. If we push out the start of this, then we're pushing out further the time that we will be making a real difference to decarbonising. And as we all know, CO2 emissions are cumulative. The time is now, not then. So I suppose what we're building to is a situation where we're trying to persuade the authorities and of us all in the room together that we can all jump together now. Make a commitment that's going to take quite a long time to pay back. We've business models behind this, of course. But do it together in the knowledge that we're all in it to commit for the long term, because now is when we have to do that. So summary of findings to date, and as I said, we're not ready. In about 6 to 8 weeks' time, we'll present a report to government, and we've quite a bit of work to do in those 6 to 8 weeks to get there. But action is needed now. We require support from government. At the moment, what we're thinking is they've spent very heavily to support battery electric vehicles over the last number of years, and we need them to match that for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Battery electric vehicles are good, but they're insufficient for the required level of decarbonisation. It won't happen without other solutions also. The volume of hydrogen vehicles sold worldwide is ramping up quickly, and the curve will continue to go upwards on that. But hydrogen requires scale to be cost effective. It's very hard to do hydrogen in a small way, in a cost effective way. We recognise that the price of hydrogen per kilogram is not going to match the price of the unit of electricity or the charging of an electric car at the beginning. But we do believe that as those years go on, it will become very competitive once scale comes. And there are wider benefits for the economy beyond transport, much wider benefits. We're talking about the local production, energy security, and other aspects of industry, for example, that will use hydrogen and allow deeper decarbonisation of the power system. I've just a few slides on vehicles. Sorry, go back. Sorry, I've just a few slides on vehicles if I have the time, just to show you a little bit about different vehicles that are coming. They are mostly Toyotas. I'm familiar with what's happening in other companies. And for example, Hyundai are a big part of our group. LDV, which is a Chinese commercial vehicle brand, are a big part of our group. And others will come on board. At the moment, we're the only ones who have fuel cell cars on sale in Europe. We're very closely aligned with RITES in Ballymena. And talking to them all the time about buses and familiar with that. They're effectively an adjunct, I could say, to our group rather than being in it, I suppose. So that's the Mirai. That's at a fuel station in Hamburg, which is run by a Swedish utility. It's on the river and making hydrogen by electrolysis on site in that particular station. And this is the rollout of Mirai. It was launched in 2014. It was the first production model of a fuel cell car, very low volume, and as of today, it's got up to 3,000 per year. So the next generation comes at the end of next year, the end of 2020, and it goes to 30,000 for the first year, and that will scale up through its production life. So the scale is growing significantly and getting close to mass production, and certainly by the time we're at the mid-decade going with the third generation, it'll absolutely be mass production. That's the number of Mirai sold since launch. Europe, as you can see, is very small. It's dominated by Japan and North America. Some recent customers, just to illustrate different use cases. The top left is the Met Police in London. The Metropolitan Police in London have ordered, I think, 40 Mirai, which have been delivered at this stage. And down below is a Paris taxi company called Hype, or EEP, in Paris. And they are a dedicated fuel cell company, and they have committed to putting 600 fuel cell taxis in Paris by the end of next year, by the end of 2020. I suppose that's just to illustrate that volume is starting to happen. On the top right is a Sora fuel cell bus being produced by Toyota in Japan with the target to have 100 on the streets of Tokyo for next summer's Olympic Games. And bottom left is a prototype from Caetano. So there's a European bus manufacturer, a Portuguese bus manufacturer called Caetano, who are now in receipt of Toyota fuel cell technology. And they will be introducing a right-hand drive and left-hand drive prototype next month, moving to small-scale production next year. We're also looking at trucks. So that's a cooperation with Kenworth, which is an American heavy truck manufacturer. That's Project Alpha, that's Project Beta. They've been delivered in the last 18 months, and they've now agreed with Kenworth to move to small-scale production for trucks for the beginning of next year. I wouldn't be surprised to see Toyota announcing a cooperation with a European truck manufacturer in the not-too-distant future. The point I'm trying to make is heavy vehicles are important. We see the need to do that. And while we're seen as a car company, we see ourselves actually becoming a mobility company. That means mobility in the broader sense in terms of things like car sharing and so forth. And we're obviously projects going on that, but also in terms of supplying technology to different manufacturers. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Mark. Our final speaker for what's been a very wide-ranging and interesting session is Dr. James Carton from Dublin City University. James is currently Assistant Professor in Energy Sustainability and is also the co-founder of Hydrogen Ireland Association, which he's going to tell us about now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. So what I want to present today is basically, it's actually summarised in a lot of the presentations here today. The Hydrogen Ireland Association actually resonates with many projects here, between Dublin City University, myself, Hydrogen Ireland Association, HMI, GEMCOM. There's a lot of connections between everything that's going on in Ireland and in a number of European projects. So I want to basically just present Hydrogen Ireland, present who we are, what we represent, and then basically just kind of some final kind of notes to kind of think about some projects that are happening that were basically mentioned today. So we kind of all know why we go with hydrogen. Thank you. We all know why we use hydrogen. But the main reason to use hydrogen, it can fuel your cars, buses, transport. It can fuel your ferries. It can heat your homes, cook your food, supply chemicals to your industry, and also you can actually produce it yourself. So I think Paul actually mentioned energy security. Hydrogen allows energy security actually to a high degree. And I think that's very important just to remember, and basically the reasons why hydrogen is important. I've robbed this diagram from GEMCOM, so thank you very much, guys. But this actually shows kind of what the kind of point I want to get through today is basically you have a society where you have energy being generated, you have used within applications. So in this case here, you have energy being generated from renewable energies, wind, solar, and what we can do with it basically is we can store that energy with using hydrogen, and we can deliver energy vectors to different parts of the economy. So we can deliver chemicals to industry, fuels to transport, and heatings to your homes. And that's all allowed by using hydrogen as that vector. And actually, obviously, you can turn hydrogen into methane or ammonia, etc. But hydrogen being that vector, which is important. Hydrogen is meant to be in that text box. So what I want to actually go through here is kind of look at different parts of this kind of schematic and look at the technology, see where we are with it, and see how different projects are coming together to actually realize different aspects of this chain, and also how Hydrogen Ireland can actually fit in with some of these connections. So this is an image actually of where we've come in the last 20 to 30 years on renewables, and specifically wind on the big picture. We've gone from windmills in the 19th century through to initial wind turbines in the 90s, through to skyscraper-size wind farms that are basically aimed for offshore application. Single turbines in the 90s were producing 0.5 megawatt. turbines now are being manufactured at 10 megawatts, and then basically going to 15 megawatts. We would see everything from about 7 megawatts up will be offshore. Everything below that will be onshore, just for community benefit. We also see just on the amount of technology being installed of wind and solar across the world. And the IEA actually does a kind of report how much technology is being installed every year and try to predict it across a number of years. They get it wrong every time. Renewables are actually just growing at a huge rate at this stage. And the price of renewables, this is they call the Swanson curve to do with photovoltaic technology. The cost of renewables is dropping at a huge rate as well. So this is very important to realize this and the scale of where we're going into the future. And this has impacts then within the supply chain of hydrogen, certainly renewables. So hydrogen generation, you can produce hydrogen from a number of sources. If you're going green, you'll probably use electrolysis and you'll probably use renewable sources. But it's not the only source. We can use blue hydrogen, grey hydrogen from grid electricity or from natural gas. But what I want to say about electrolysis technology, which is connected to renewables, which is connected to green hydrogen, is that the technology is developed, it's mature, and it's reducing in cost all the time. And this is the kind of message that we're trying to get across, is that we have partners that are electrolysis companies, suppliers, etc. We're always trying to get across the message that when you read a report being produced by a European organization, company, whoever, they're 5 years behind of what actually the cost and where the technology is for electrolyzers, fuel cells, etc. And the technology is well mature. We do certainly have to reduce cost, but certainly the technology is mature. And basically, green hydrogen production from electrolysis is the way to go for hydrogen production. Once you have the hydrogen, where does it go? So in the initial phases for the next 5 to 10 years, we'll say, certainly mobility is your number one low-hanging fruit, you would call it. You pump everything into mobility. And you decarbonize a very hard to decarbonize sector. The other low-hanging fruit is industry. You push your hydrogen or hydrogen vectors into industry. You could decarbonize the oil industry and their requirement for hydrogen, the desulfurization processes today. The steel industry is another one that you could involve. The nitrogen production for food fertilizer is actually another one you could decarbonize today. And the vector to actually use that is probably initially the natural gas network and natural gas, but then moving along into hydrogen and allowing the natural gas network to actually decarbonize itself over a number of years to actually bring it eventually into a huge portion of hydrogen. And most likely, it's quite interesting, the natural gas grid, once you go past 20%, you don't necessarily, you can't easily go to 30%, 40%, 50% hydrogen. You actually have to go to 20% and then most likely switch to 100% because the limitations within basically the outputs of what the gas grid is connected to. So the idea for what people looking at this is quite interesting and actually understanding where hydrogen can be delivered to and where it can actually decarbonize. And certainly the gas grid is certainly a vector, an asset that is certainly very useful to actually transport hydrogen within regions and then into long-term 100% grids. One thing actually, a lot of people mentioned fueling stations today, and there was a few really important points to be made. Small fueling stations are really good for small projects, but really on the mass market of scale out, and Mark from Toyota mentioned there, once you go to scale out of infrastructure where you're getting 800 vehicles or 20, 30, 40, 50 buses, you really have to go at large scale fueling stations. And this gives you a couple of things which were mentioned. It gives you the redundancy of scale, it gives you the impact of scale, and it gives customer confidence. And I think all those things certainly are required from a technology. And again, fueling stations are at, they're mature. They're still relatively expensive, but certainly in the long term, their costs can be reduced. And certainly there was a lot of projects mentioned today of how you get the hydrogen to the fueling station. So do you produce it on site? Do you deliver it by truck? Do you deliver it by pipe? and how's that managed? So there's kind of different ways of doing that, and they're all very known. It's all very known and developed. It's just getting that infrastructure out into the public, I think, is what matters. Just in relation to decarbonisation, I want to spend 2 slides on this. And basically, one of the most impactful ways to decarbonise transport is using public transport. You can obviously walk and cycle, and I'd promote that. But if you're wanting to decarbonise a city from transport, you use public transport. You look at emission standards and you look at health of people, and basically that points you towards zero emissions. And then that's where basically hydrogen can come in to give you rural and urban, unlike batteries, for example, unlike CNG, which may have limitations in urban if we are looking at emissions and health issues in cities. We wanted low cost, connected, efficient, low emission. But I would say, well, why not go zero emission in relation to using hydrogen within these transport fleets? Skip that. So one thing is quite interesting, actually, and it's some people say, what is the solution? Is it battery electric or is it hydrogen? I think one thing to recognize that the future hydrogen electric vehicle is a battery electric vehicle, except instead of the battery, you have a fuel cell on your tank. The technology, the driving technology, the motor technology, the autonomous technology, all that's the exact same as a fuel cell car. I think that's really interesting to kind of get that message to the public. And again, in Hydrogen Ireland, we actually tried to get that message out, that actually that there is no silver bullet, the future will be mixed, and the technology isn't as strange as you think. And the technology is, as Mark's presentation, as a lot of people's presentations said, the technology is here, the cars are here, the trucks are here, the buses are here, and we just need to get the message out that this is not a new technology, this is certainly a mature technology. And then this summarizes kind of just some projects and stuff across the world you all know about. I think Hydrogen Mobility Ireland, certainly for Ireland and the island of Ireland, which is important to mention, which Mark mentioned, is really a fantastic strategy to kind of develop, to understand and get involved with. And where Hydrogen Ireland is involved with this group is that we're obviously interested in mobility, but we're also interested in connecting hydrogen mobility with the public, to actually disseminate this for the public, disseminate this for companies that are not in the group, to connect with small industry that are interested in actually getting involved with fueling stations, transport, whatever it is. So again, Hydrogen Ireland acts as this kind of a body or association to actually kind of connect, disseminate, and network with. And we kind of feel ourselves as that network to kind of share information. And again, when you go the strategy of renewable energy to hydrogen production to transport, you can actually decarbonize all transport, cars, buses, rail, and ferries. And there's fantastic projects, as mentioned today, that are basically developing these. I'm really glad that some of the projects mentioned today are actually were highlighted. So in the absence of the warrant, I was actually going to mention them. But there's fantastic projects happening in Ireland on hydrogen. And again, this is the message we try to present in Hydrogen Ireland, is that hydrogen is for mobility, it's for industry, it's for community, and it's for everybody, and get connected. And we try to present, and advertise SEAFUEL, GEMCOM, Atlantic, the Hydrogen Mobility Group, any activities that are going on, and any new projects going on. And one of the things actually, which was mentioned actually, the Valentia Island project, is just a really fantastic project where 25% of the island came to a meeting and where we presented options for them, hydrogen being one of them, and they literally were very enthused with the technology. They saw the benefits of transporting hydrogen. Thanks to John Quinn, we had a car there to actually see the car. And this is important to get this message across, that this isn't a thing that's over here. It's actually something that's actually real. The car's outside, the fuel is outside, and we can make this work. So, kind of from our point of view and where the association has come from and our members that are joining, is we want to recognize that hydrogen can do a lot and it can basically decarbonize all sectors of society. We had a couple of weeks ago, Hydrogen Ireland co-organised a meeting with ESB. So ESB is our major electricity supply board of Ireland. And we co-organised an event with them, with the International Institute of European Affairs, which is a policy group spread across Europe. And we brought two European speakers over to Dublin to present to the Electricity Supply Board, the TSOs, the DSOs, and there's a number of people in the room that were at that event. It was actually really good to understand actually where people that have been very silent around hydrogen in the last number of years actually have this undercurrent of interest in it, and certainly are getting interested a lot more into what hydrogen can do for them in energy security, in reducing curtailment, constrained electricity, and the restrictions around grid and battery electric vehicles. So that's kind of really interesting, and it kind of resonates with the fact that we can decarbonise all sectors of society if we really want to using hydrogen. I think the point at which a lot of projects showed renewables and hydrogen, power to gas, power to X, scale matters. So again, you know, the idea of these pilot projects that you're kind of producing a small amount of hydrogen for one car, it's a lovely idea, you know, brilliant, do it, but actually scale matters. You know, 20 buses, 2 or 3 wind farms using all their curtailed electricity joined together to use a very big electrolyzer to produce hundreds or thousands of tons of hydrogen is what the scale are at. You know, if you look at the oil industry, they don't deal with tons, they deal with millions of tons of oil being transported. So we need to get to that scale, and scale matters, and that's where the next one is cost comes down. Mass production of the fuel cells, mass production of vehicles, mass production of electrolyzers, that's where your cost comes down, and that's where we can achieve that going into the future. And then the other thing, which again, some of the groups I work with, and the kind of the message I want to send out to everybody is that there is potentially an issue because the skills and training necessary for the future we see isn't there. And with my connection with Dublin City University as assistant professor in sustainable and teaching, lecturing students in it, we're trying to always bring in sustainability. We're always trying to bring in options for our students. And certainly training from technicians straight through to managers of companies, CEOs of companies, CTOs of companies. We're trying to bring in training on that. And we're trying to basically inform the community, everybody, that, you know, this is something to be watched out for. And, you know, working with people in the room, we're actually trying to do some projects on this. So what I would say is that Hydrogen Ireland is your network. It's your connection into industry. We kind of represent energy from electricity to gas. We represent mobility through Hydrogen Mobility Ireland. Industry, we're interested in decarbonising the gas grid, and we're working with partners on that. And community, we're working with GEMCOM to ensure that their Hydrogen Community Forum actually is represented really well, gets people on board, and people can understand hydrogen, get to interact with it. So if you're any more interest in us or interested in looking further and joining our association, feel free. If there's any students in the room, you're actually free to join, so come follow us. And all our news is on Twitter, hashtag Ireland Hydrogen, so happy to retweet and your followers. So thank you very much, and I appreciate being invited here to talk.
James, for very neatly summarising all the examples that we had today. I'd just like to take this opportunity, and I hope you will join with me, to thank all our speakers. We've had such a wide range of examples and information, both this morning and this afternoon, that it's certainly, from my perspective, provided a really good baseline and a really good opportunity for networking. So please join with me in thanking all the speakers. I think what was obvious at the break was that there was a lot of interest in what's going on, and people took that opportunity to chat. I think, Pao, you were suggesting that maybe because of that, and also because of the interest that we've had, we've sort of run out of time for panel discussion. So rather than holding up lunch, which I know some of you will be interested in, we would invite you to take the opportunities to one-to-one over that lunch time. And if there are any burning questions, I'm sure you could put them either to Pau and his colleagues, or certainly to, through the huge project, to Des, Slava, Magnus or myself, and we will pass those on to the interested speaker. Thank you very much.
So I'll just say a few words. So if any of you is interested in the slides, please send me an email to pau.farras@NHC and I will share the presentations with the permission of the speakers as well. And just one last thing. So one of the reasons why we were all here was because of the launch of the huge project. And I've been very happy to hear most of the speakers talking about huge opportunities, huge investments, huge anything for hydrogen. So just happy to be representing huge in this event. Okay? So if you can hold for a second, and we'll have a picture of all the attendees, and then you'll be free to go out and have lunch. And also, please, with the speakers, if you can come down, and we'll take a photo of the speakers as well all together. Okay? Thank you.